inside the scorecard, please keep those scorecards one panel from the carry and I'll post the scores as quickly as we can, especially Tenpins More squad. On your scorecard, if you're over 850, I should put an S on the top right of the scorecard. If you're over 860, I should put an S on your card. If you're looking at that how you feel over 50, you can just time.
Yeah, that's what it is. The frustrating part was moving forward left and forward right again. That was the frustrating part. Because like the 7-pin hook stopped there, so it's like okay, I kind of got away with the hook stop, but then I leave it, and then I strike, and then I come over there and I 4 left, and then I don't quite get in there, but I'm like, yeah, it's what it is. It happens. I'm gonna cash. It was just I had no answer to get the ball. I left 14 with 10 minutes. That over the 7 that you saw? That was like
Alright.
So, and then I blower 7-pin 3 other times, so I left 7-7. And then 4-9. So, but I flat 10 like out of those 14, there was 10 of them flat 10s. So it wasn't like, you know, it's like it should strike, but I should lie. Over the top 7.
Divided by 3.
Oh, yeah. We need to not drink it. 167 divided by 3. 66. But yeah. 55.
Okay, that's only for now.
Okay. You only have another 6.
I got it.
Yeah.
Well, there were 33 this year, 36 this one.
George House really messed with this tournament.
Oh, yeah. Bro, all the French rollers. Yeah, gutter, 3 off the left. Dude, you might be in. Based off of those 2 shots, you might be in.
Based on that, I might make this cut.
That's perfect. Exactly. Clean my equipment. I don't for myself, you know. So, like,
Same shit
I do
you don't have
for
days.
everybody else.
Illinois.
Like,
Pikeville. Good.
like, really good. So,
Hey Dante, can you stand 4 and look at 3 with your plastic? I just want to see something. You want Jakey at all?
Not right now.
Okay.
If I do, I'll ask him.
You got it. I know you want me, that's why I'm hiding.
Oh, yeah. Yes.
There'll be stories. Yes, yes. Thank you. That's all I wanted to see.
it's like, I felt
I
like
want to see him off his hand.
ended up -8.
He was using that for spares. I want
By the way, Mike did a number on us.
All right. Jake says he has a winning formula, so Jake's got this. Only one person.
I want to be Billy. Damn. That looks so.
You can get down there until the end of practice, Jake.
And I'm like, but I have like 210 on the stream.
You can't miss that bottom, right?
7-pin of my life on lane 3. And I'm like, I could try.
Is he right lane or left lane? Which way is he going?
Probably
Left is going that way. Well, tell Mom he's on for the next two. Tell Mom he's on for the next two.
That's what I told him. I told my
The
daughter.
rowers on the cruiser 22 is going to work on the practice. Throw one last shot to get back to a full set of teams here. The rowers 3 through 22 practice time. Like the Mariners season is over. It was really good. Closing in the top 32 after this squad advanced. 1 out of 4 bowlers passed on the rows. That's 41. So the top 41 get a check. Top 32 move on to tomorrow's bowl. On behalf of Steve and Mike and Ben and the whole crew here, thanks so much for being here this weekend. The whole team here at Tenpins is here to help make that happen. Color buttons are coming on your screens, and when they appear, you have a full set of pins. You can begin your final squad competition with the 24 New Mexico Open. Good luck, everybody.
Oh, okay. Where you guys staying?
At the Hilton.
Okay.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to continued coverage here, the 20th annual New Mexico Open. Squad 5, and it's the final qualifying squad of the day. best place to get standings at is the Tenpins and More Facebook page. They have been posted there as Jeff has been trying to work through some server issues on his website, and so the upload process there has not worked. So Tenpins and More Facebook page is the place to get all standings from every squad, as well as the combined standings from all squads as well. So if you want individual squads, you can take a look at that. Squad 4 just got off the lanes about an hour and some change ago. Chris Clerk got to plus 145. Hunter Mays got to plus 122. Brett Wolf got to plus 118. Andrew Kane plus 113. At 4 players, 100, or I'm sorry, plus 100 or more. 10 players on the squad were plus, and as previously mentioned and thought about, Squad 4, the highest scoring squad, without a doubt. And Trujillo, Nathan Trujillo was 9 over. Eileen Linares at -7. She's going to get in. So is Mason Robinson. He'll be in at -30. And then there's a few players. Bradley Harvey, or Brad Harvey, at -69. Dennis Brown at -72. Kyle King at -76. Ed Smaglick at -79. They will be firmly on the bubble. Dave Sigliano, Keith Fung, Jacob Gill at -93, -93, Gill -98 respectively. Might be able to catch a check potentially. Final opportunity to get into the top 32.
Let me move this over here.
Again, currently 32nd is actually Jeff Flores, who was watching a little bit earlier. He's at -92, but that's the number at the moment. -92 is 32nd after 4 squads. Now someone who just bowled, actually, just came off the lanes, and we can get another first-person account at how things went down. Finished at +87 on the squad. He is the reigning USBC Masters champion of the year 2024. None other than Dron Booker. D, how you doing?
You know what? After this squad, I'm doing pretty good. I mean, this is truly one of the hardest bowling tournaments that anybody can bowl. And to be able to sit and say, hey, I get to bowl tomorrow. It's been 5 years, I think, since I've actually been able to say that.
Wow.
Yeah. And they're tough, but it's really the mental grind and trying to stay with it, and just leaving yourself a makeable spare. You know, you see it. And I was out there today. I literally threw one bowling ball the whole day because I knew that if I got close, I was able to get 9. And being able to pick up the spares, I missed a couple of makeables, but on this, I mean, you're leaving a lot of them, so my percentage might have still been around 90%. But man, it's tough. It's really, really tough.
They looked very hard. I would say that they looked, well, I knew that squad was going to be higher scoring.
Yeah.
Right, just based on the caliber of the players from top to bottom. But I feel like even then there were some moments where, you know, a couple blocks could have got away from a few players just because of how difficult the tournament is. One of the things to me that's been hard to manage is a full block of consistency.
Yes.
At this event, which is very difficult to do.
It really is. You know, using myself as an example, I went 214, 216, 217, 150, 220, 20, 240, 210. So I will say that I was pretty consistent, but the 150 games are at 150 with a 8-10 going into the 10th was, oh boy, that was brutal. But you know, I was able to persevere with it, and I'm just, like I said, I'm really glad, really grateful that a little bit of the experience on the national tour when they're really tough kind of came into play a little bit, and just to try to stay in it and let my support system support me. That's kind of the best way I can say it. You know, being from this area for the last 6 years and knowing everybody, it was just so nice to see everybody here supporting me and saying, you know what, don't try to be perfect, just try to be you. And it was really good. I you know, previously would put a lot of pressure on myself because I don't want to let everybody down here. But to tell you the truth, after the Masters win and everybody watching me all over the world and showing their support, you know, it kind of, it's behind me now. You know what I mean? It really, I know that me going out there on the lane, all that everyone wants me to do is just to try their best, you know. And so I'm here to show my support to everyone that's been showing their support to me. So, and, you know, just like looking at it right now, I mean, you got to really get the ball going to the right a little bit. You know, we're not too sure on the volume. We're not too sure on the length. We're not too sure on the shape of the pattern. So we have to use whatever training that we have to be able to figure out exactly what it is that we need to do that will keep us close. A lot of times we take a look at what somebody else is doing and we try to do what they do, but we're not sticking with our game plan and what it is that we need to do. So, you know, it'll be a fun block. And this is always a little bit of a tough one because you see the number and you got to figure out a way to try to keep yourself around the number. So,
which block would you prefer to bowl?
Well, you know what? I think I might have almost bowled all of them except the B squad and C squad. And last year, I left to my grandmother's surprise party, so no one really got a chance to see me. I bowled the very first squad, and I was on the plane, and I went to go celebrate with her.
We talked about that actually, while you were bowling.
And you know, she had an amazing time. I would not have missed that for the world. And when I got back, I realized I had missed by 20 for the cut, but I still cashed. But still, I mean, your grandmother's 90th surprise birthday party. Who would want to miss that?
Those don't come around very often.
No, not at all. So I was really excited about being able to do that and this at the same time. I mean, flew to Illinois, Tinley Park, Illinois, and then flew back the next day just in case I had to be here at enough time to make the cut. Yeah. But, you know, to be honest with you, looking at D squad and how they broke them down, it was, there's national titles in the field, guys that have won this tournament before. So it's a really good field, and maybe from now on I might actually bowl the 12 o'clock squad. Coming from California, I used to bowl the very last squad. I would be down there right now. I would leave that morning, fly in, bowl. If not, stay the night and go back home. So, but me personally, if I had to pick two squads, it would be this squad and the one that I just bowled before.
In the booth with Dron Booker, we've got Sean Wyatt-Wiskowski on 5 and 6, Matt Jones on 5 and 6.
Yes.
Alberto Medina.
Oh, and I think that's it. And and Juan Garza. I haven't seen him in a while.
Juan Garza. Then we've got Ken Friedrich, Brian Chamber,
Dante, David. I think David Barnett is on here too. So the cameras are what, 5 and 6, 7 and 8?
Yeah, and one on 9 and 10.
Gotcha. Okay. And then you got Trey over there as well. Come on.
Yeah, Trey Ford. Someone asked, Brienne asked about what letter is Trevor? Where is Trevor starting? Do you know?
Trevor McPhee?
Yes.
Ooh, I think he was.
Is he on the high end somewhere?
Man, he's on 13 and 14. He's going up to bowl right now. So he is going to be moving this way. He is the A bowler. He's moving left, so he will be over here.
Okay.
He'll be over here momentarily. All right, Ken, good shot.
I can now. There's a lot of familiar faces now after being here for a few years. Ken is one of them, and Steve we always talk about his setup position, very similar to how Dylan
Yes.
sets up as well.
Yes.
Feet facing, as Steve would say, east,
Yes.
facing the champions wall basically down there.
Yeah. I mean, he really lines himself up, but then as soon as he goes, he straightens himself out. And from looking looking at different bowlers, it's to try to keep themselves open, and to try to keep themselves open at a starting position. They can kind of finish that way, which is what I've noticed. So Charlie Kinsler in California would do the same thing. He was a lefty, and he would start off with the ball way to the left, and then he would do the same thing. So pretty cool.
What's it been like since, shoot, was it March or April?
March 31st.
March
so
31st.
We can say it was March, April. It has been quite an adventure. Like I talked to you before, my support system, I didn't realize the support system was so big. And being able to see everybody and to talk about the experience, it's never going to get old. And all I want to do is to continue building upon that, to continue that resume, to continue the accomplishments. And I've heard different things on, you won once, don't think about winning again type of thing. But to be honest with you, the hardest thing to do in any type of bowling tournament is to win it again, especially at the extremely high level, majors, PBA, etc. So to be able to be in a position as an exempt player now and as a titleist to give myself an infinite amount of opportunities I'm just eternally grateful for it. And I definitely want to show my support to different organizations, Hall of Fames. I've been doing some public speaking and just kind of sharing my story a little bit. A lot of people, they know of me, but they don't know me personally. So this gives them a chance to know me a little bit and to see that I'm still a person. I'm a person at bowls. And it's been great. It's been really, really great. Still trying to get back to everybody who messages me on Instagram and Facebook and all that, and text messages. And I apologize because there's just so much going on all the time. I've been in a different state for the last few weeks, going and, like I said, doing public speaking, coaching seminars, etc. And it's just trying to help people enjoy it as much as I do. That's been my goal, and to give them a little bit of a different insight from somebody who still works, a normal 9 to 5, and is very, very grateful that their job allows them to go out and compete and to still come back to a job. So it's been really busy, but I truly wouldn't have it any other way. It's just learning how to manage everyone and be able to manage myself. That's really been the big thing. But I look at the greats between Delmo, Simo, Frankie's here, and I feel good. I feel like I can compete a little bit. So
in the booth, we've got of course Dron Booker. We are about halfway through game 1, and 5 and 6 has started off pretty well as a group.
Good shot. Yeah. I mean, they make them tough, and it teaches you really quick to be comfortable being uncomfortable. Really so much, and then just the mental grind of it.
It's an 8-game block too.
And it's an 8-game block. And today was probably one of the first times in a while that the 8-game block didn't feel like it sped past me. I felt like I was basically in control the whole time, because next thing you know, you look at it, you're game 6, and you got to try to make up these pins. But today I felt like I just tried to keep as calm and cool as a cucumber is the best way to put it the whole time. And a lot of 10 pins. Like I said, I missed a couple easy makeables, but I didn't let that get to me. I said, it's okay. Let's just keep on going, D. Keep on going. And just like I'm going to tell everybody else that's out here bowling, just be happy to get 9. I mean, if you take a look at it right now, I mean, 6, there's 8. On 7, there's 7. On 8, there's 8. So let's focus on just trying to hit the pocket and picking up our spares.
It sounds so simple.
Oh boy.
Now, watching you do it was pretty cool earlier. And even watching you get past that adversity with the 150 game as well. I mean,
Yeah.
you were out there, you were one that, did, as you just said, remained right at 5.
Yes. When Steve does his sweepers, it kind of gives us an idea of what it is that we might be able to do. Not necessarily what's going to be out there. And on my way in, I had a ton of bowling balls in the car. And I said, Dron, simplify it. And you know that everybody's going to play right. And, you're pretty good at playing right, especially national tour, it's different. You playing right is sliding 25. So, but to be able to keep my feet around 5, 6, 7 and never got left to 10 was pretty good. Come on, Dante, make it back. All right, see right there that's a break. And I can tell you that because a 2-8 on this is really, really hard. But when you just have the 8 pin, you're like, okay, at least I can. This is a makeable spare. There's another good one. See?
Wow. Sean Wyatt Truskowski. And that's a shot that just didn't look that bad. It looked slightly left.
I mean, slightly left. But, I mean, you can be slightly left and you can catch a little bit and shim to where it needs to go. And that one I really thought. I mean, I would not have guessed 5. I would have guessed 4 pin, maybe fast 8. But not 5.
It's got a peel.
See?
And it's the opposite.
Oh, my gosh. At least I can tell them I know exactly how they feel. And he took this, he took the safe route of at least getting 3, because getting that 3 gives them an extra pin.
Right.
And so sometimes we get a little frustrated and say, oh, we got that, and you go 5-0. At least give yourself an extra couple of pins for sure.
Slow start here for Dante.
It's all right. I mean,
No strikes through 7.
6th last year.
Yeah, I remember him. He was in all the way until, I think the round of 8.
Yeah, something like that. I think that's kind of where I was at one point. I think the best I've done was that round where I went. Can't even remember. I wish I can remember what the score was, but I remember I was down by almost 100, and I told him, I said I might have a chance, and I ended up only losing by 20. So
this could be the year. You never know.
it would be great. I come into this bowling center enough to be able to see say, it'd be nice to see my name on the wall here, or actually it's a whole picture. I get a, uh-oh. All right, Brian. He's been bowling really, really well on the 50 tour. He just turned 50 in July, and he said he wants to go out and do some events. And the very first event that he bowled, he made the cut at the World Series with the 50 guys. And we talk all the time, and he was like, oh, I said, don't worry about it. I said, you're there. You're already there. And he's like, the Hall of Famers. And I said, yeah. I said, I know these are some of the best guys to ever do this game, and you're there keeping right up with them. So don't cut yourself short. Get close.
Great shot.
We just, it did. It's okay. We talked about this 2-8, and that's why, let's see. Stay online, stay online. Did.
I remember him from last year.
Yeah.
Brian, but I do feel like I saw his picture recently, and so that's maybe where I saw his photo. I saw him, or at least his name.
You would definitely see his
PBA
name.
50 event, yeah.
Yep. He was bowling really well. I mean, I'm definitely proud of him. Come such a long way from some of the regionals, and now going out there and bowling the PBA 50 national tour, and that's quite an accomplishment. That's definitely an accomplishment. And I'm just so glad that he's embraced it and said, you know what, I'm just as good as these guys. I may not, he's had a career before bowling, and now he's able to, he set himself up to where he can go out here and enjoy this. And that's that's what we all really want to do at some point, is set ourselves up so we can come out here and enjoy it and not feel like it's so much work. Which is why I'm still over at the casino in Santa Ana, and coming out here and bowling and trying to do something with it. But with the national tour being the way that it is, and the being exempt really just makes it kind of frees up the swing a little bit. It really does.
Update for you, Brianne. Trevor shot 231.
He did. Shot 231.
And then hello, Mrs. Moore.
Hey, I just saw her in Colorado last weekend.
Morgan and Mason.
They are, what do they be down here? They're way down at the end.
Yeah,
so
they started on the high end. But I don't know which way they're moving. I can tell you which way they're going in a moment. Okay, so it looks like Morgan is moving left.
Yes. No. Yes, you're absolutely correct.
And I don't see Mason at the moment, but I know he's a little further down.
21 and 22.
Mike Hardesty checking in.
Yeah, this is something that we've talked about for quite a few years. I've always talked about wanting to come on and talk a little bit, and it's great to have some more accolades, being able to talk. I think before we had made, hey.
I mean, I'm happy for you. Don't get me wrong, but that was not a prerequisite to being in this booth. Not with me.
Yeah.
I had Mike Hardesty in the booth, for God's sake. Well, so, I'm just playing, Mike.
I had a really good time with Bowl TV and talking with them a little bit throughout, right after the Masters and the World Series and kind of what's going on next. And it's fun, I feel like I sound pretty good. There's not a lot of ums and likes, and I like talking about.
I like how you're aware of that. That is a subconscious thing you are probably keeping track of in your mind.
Absolutely.
I'm impressed.
So right now, let's take a look at it. So Dante's going to be up on 7. He's still, even with the start that he had, can still get to 190. He needs the next 3, but it's very possible. It's very possible. And then Alberto, he's doing really well. I crossed with him at one of the sweepers, and he was struggling a little bit, but it's nice to see that he figured something out. Yeah,
the last time he didn't strike, unfortunately, he had I think he left a washout in the 5th frame, and then unfortunately lost it in the channel and got no count, and he's been perfect since.
Yeah. Go Brooke. Take it.
One more to put him in the 220s. And he's just burying him.
He's doing really good.
How old is he?
I was just told he just graduated from high school.
I was going to say, he doesn't even look like an adult.
Yeah, he just graduated from high school this year. So I know college is in his near future, and he believed that he was helping Steve out here over at Tenpins as well.
Let's see, he's got his New Mexico Open Pro-Am shirt rocking. Yep. Picking up Alberto. Again, left side of your screen, boy, he is solid.
He's solid. Hey, that's a great start. 227, great start.
Pretty impressed by that young man.
Yeah.
All right, Dante working on the double. Chambers trying to get to the 2 teens. He can with 2 more here in the 10.
Yeah, he can do it.
Great shot.
Really good shot. I mean, see, you can take a look at that shot right there, and you can tell he's been bowling with the 50 guys. He's been bowling with Walter Ray and Leto and Brad Angelo and Tom Hess and all those guys that have been out there. Mika.
What makes you say that?
Because he's not. One of the things that we've always talked about with him is, overthinking the situation. And right now he's just letting his body do what he knows that it knows how to do.
Okay.
Originally it's, okay, well, I want to make sure I make a good shot instead of just going out there and making the shot. And he'll take a look at it and say, well, now he's in the 2-0s. And it's just more, it's becoming the psychological game is just significantly improved. I'm not going to say mental, because the guy is out there making great shots, but not psyching himself out saying, I have to make this shot. It's just, I'm going to make this shot, and whatever my result is, because, again, on this pattern, 190 is a very, very good game.
Chamber looking for one more, as is our guy Ken here. David Burnett looking to finish up too. This group trying to finish strong. Oh, good break.
See? There you go. It's okay. I mean, I know it's definitely not ideal, but you have to take it. The rules tell you.
It's in the read the rules.
It's in the rules.
Ken about to start it up.
Come on, make it over. It's all right. I mean, still 180. Is that 180? Am I mathing right?
Mm-hmm.
Yep, still at 180.
Were you surprised that you were able to throw your thing the whole time?
No, because about 7 years ago, I flew here with 3 urethane bowling balls because I knew that it was in play. And it's just, again, bowling on the national tour, playing the gutter is just non-existent anymore. So being able to use the urethane ball that I used was all within strategy. I never wiped off the oil. I just let the ball get shinier and shinier. And again, I'm not one of the highest rev rate, tons of ball speed. So I just wanted the ball to stay online as long as it possibly could. And that one did. Even pitch blacks were too much for me. I was even contemplating throwing plastic just to keep the ball online. But luckily, I didn't have to resort to throwing plastic. I mean, that was if they were just extremely screaming down lane, and they weren't. So, but I did anticipate it. But I knew that I just needed to try to get to 190 every game. And because I was able to get to 190 every game, I'm able to bowl tomorrow. So I'm really happy about that. Come on, make it over. See? Told you. You can get to 190.
Opportunity to save 193 max.
Yes.
They saw Trey Ford, unfortunately, another channel dweller, not from him, but just as a group. Boy, that's a tough one. Tough way to end what was a really solid game here overall.
Yeah.
From David Burnett. Does get him plus, though, 201. Dante, the ball change mid-game.
Yeah.
After a difficult start earlier, I talked about people being anxious, nerves. Sometimes it takes players a couple frames just to kind of settle down. And I'm not saying that's happening here to Dante, but I know, and I talked about myself in the example. It used to take me about 3-4 frames just to even get close to throwing a good shot.
Yeah.
And even if I struck, it took me longer to get the swing loose, but spares actually did it. Like, if I could make it spare, it was like okay.
Yes,
we can settle into the game.
You're right. I mean, if I'm shooting at a 10 pin, and if I'm leaving a 10 pin within the first 3 shots, I mean, we could flip a coin. We really do, because I'm not loose. I'm not warmed up, and I'm not really too sure on what my body is going to do shooting at a 10 pin. When I can shoot at a million of them in practice, but as soon as the light comes on, the lane's 50 feet longer, and the 10 pin feels like it's a duck pin. You're shooting at it, and oh man.
Look.
You know what? Luckily, he still got to 170.
That was a save in and of itself.
That was a save in itself. The fact that he was able to throw a turkey late to only be minus 25.
In the booth with D. How long are you staying? How long do we have you here for?
Well, you know what? I'm here to show my support. If they're kicking me out, then I guess I got to go.
Well, no one's kicking you out. I'm just getting the gauge on how long I might have you in the booth for.
I'm not really too sure.
Okay.
We'll sit and talk a little bit, and if anybody's
You tell me when you're ready to.
Okay, that's fine.
To depart.
But if anybody has any questions on anything while we're out here, I'll definitely be able to answer them as best as I can. There you go. Good shot.
There it is right there. So D-Ron says feel free to ask a couple questions while we got him in the booth.
Yeah, absolutely.
Again, 9 and 10 right now. The bottom right of your screen. You got Dylan Taylor, David Burnett, Trevor McPhee, and Brian Chamber. we sure Brian didn't bowl? He didn't bowl in Michigan this year. No, that sounds weird.
I feel like, I mean, anything that was PBA 50
feel like
or
he bowled in
regionals, he bowled every stop that he could bowl while he was out there for about 6 weeks. So if it was anything, I knew that he was there. He was there doing it. He made that commitment and said, "I'm going to go out here and I'm going to bowl." And you know, like I said, I couldn't be more proud. He did such a good job. He did such a good job out there. All right.
Robin Priolo on 5 and 6. Sean White, Truskowski, one of the best in Phoenix.
Yes.
Brandon Etsy coming over here. Antonio Medina be on 7 and 8. Dante moving left.
Yeah, we still got him.
Were you surprised about anything that happened during your squad? Whether it be, I mean, I'm sure it wasn't the scoring pace, but I didn't see a lot of hiccups from a few players. I was talking to Tim Eichhorn, who bowled great. And he said he almost gave his away. I think he shot 140 or 150 late, 145 in game 6. But
yeah.
that just seemed to be, you know, to a degree inevitable.
Yeah, you know. You know, it's just really tough because in the back of every one of these players' minds, they're telling themselves, I just want to try to get away from those 140, 150 games. And they just happen. And we don't know why they happen, but they just happen. If I'm not even mistaken, I saw that Klemkin shot 118.
Yeah, Steve went 118, 136 back-to-back. Games 2 and 3 yesterday after shooting 241. And you talking about grinding.
Yeah, I know. Let me take a seat.
Well, I had the whole thing.
There you go. Yeah. 241, 118, 136. And he still was able to, you know, rally back to minus 55, which is that somewhere projected around where you guys think the number is going to be?
Yeah, several people believe that minus 55 would be the actual number, like right on the nose. Based on the, you know, first of all, it was early, way too early, the way too early cut situation. And I was way too over and way too under. so then, like, you know, minus 40-ish started to seem like a good possibility after this morning.
Yeah.
Of course, not sure what was going to happen with Squad 4. And assuming that there's going to be a ton of people going to make the top 32 just from that squad alone, obviously the cut number is going to go up.
Yes.
Not sure how much. And now, coming into this, it's minus 92, this game. I mean, I'm sorry, coming into this squad, final one.
Minus 92. What I always like to judge, just because sometimes that D squad is just such a strong field, that really determines where the cut's going to be. And a lot of those guys, I mean, they're phenomenal players. And I love, you know, watching them bowl. I love watching what they do. I love how they attack it and their game plans. And it really does help. You know, who you cross with and who you see from the left to the right really does help you know that, okay, I'm either in the right spot on the lane, the wrong spot on the lane, I'm in the right ball, I'm in the wrong ball. I'm seeing something a little bit different than these guys. And again, there's nothing wrong with seeing what another player is doing. You just got to try to adapt that to what it is that you do. And that's the best thing that I try to teach everyone is do what you do. You know, do what you do. And you can kind of get an idea. You know, we can still see everybody in the field's throwing urethane. So maybe urethane might be the answer. But you also have to understand that if you don't have the rev rate to get urethane to hit or to hook the way you need it to, you got to figure out what you can use to get the urethane ball to roll. I'm sorry, to get the bowling ball that you have to roll like urethane. And I'm using that with quotes.
All right, so you just said something that I think that comes up a lot, just from the understanding, right? You just said maybe someone may not have the rev rate,
okay,
to allow urethane to essentially, more or less work in its best form for a particular player.
Okay.
Okay, so how or why does rev rate play a factor in that urethane example you just gave? And I know it's something, obviously, because we talk about it. I hear it often on tour, which you have plenty of experience now on.
Yes, I do. And it basically, the urethane bowling balls, they use such high RGs, and you need to be able to get them started to get into that preferred spin axis, right? Your ball's spinning at a certain point when it hits the lane. And if your rev rate isn't high enough with a ball that likes to lope down the lane, it may not make it. And with the conditions that are out, all the different types of oil, if you're not able to get your ball to slow down, it's not going to go through the pins very well. You can hit the pocket, but it won't be able to go through the pins. So with urethane bowling balls, and a lot of guys need the ball to slow down just a little bit, and so they're able to catch on it a little bit more, give it a little bit more up hit, a little bit more down hit, and they're able to get urethane to carry. And for me, urethane isn't something that I can use to say, hey, I can do it with urethane. I know I can get 9. And I can tell you today, I got 9 a lot. So
You did.
yeah, but in a tournament like this, 9 is great. 9 is fantastic. And so, you take a look at it, and even if you say you're somebody who has a 325 rev rate and you want to throw urethane, by all means do it. You just got to figure out at the time and place for you to be able to use that ball to give you the best look when you're out here bowling. That's kind of the best way to put it. Urethane bowling balls need to slow down for them to carry. And if you're not able to get the bowling ball to slow down, it doesn't mean you can't throw it. It's just not the condition for you to be able to throw it. And you need oil for the ball to be able to push. So you need friction down lane for the ball to get into a roll, and you need oil for it to carry to get there. So, urethane is, come on, make it open. There you go. With Hammer coming out with a not urethane type urethane, maybe for someone that could be a better fit. I know, depending on the national tour, you have, for Storm, you have the IQ 78U, and then you have a pitch black. And then with Hammer, they have the Black Pearl, the Rattler new. I mean, there's quite a few bowling balls out there that you're able to use. And for a tournament like this, it just kind of gives you a breath of fresh air, because hey, whichever urethane ball I got, I can use it. And I know Ken is using urethane bowling balls that might be older than me.
He just might. I think every year he's got something that might be in the relics, if you will.
Yeah. I started working on a little bit of his equipment, and he brings them in, and I say, oh boy, how long have you had this? He's like, since I started bowling. I said, perfect.
Dron Booker joining me here in the Bowlstream TV booth. This is game 2, squad number 5. It's the final qualifying squad here. 20th anniversary edition here. 20th annual.
20 years. 20 years. Do we have a player in the field that's been bowling all of them?
I don't think so, but Steve did mention there were maybe 2 or 3 we were talking about earlier. Even yesterday threw out a couple of squads that may have only missed like 2, maybe 3 at the most.
Okay. I think. I would assume that David Haynes might be one of them.
He mentioned David Haynes as one of those players, not perfect attendance, but very close.
Trying to think. Chris Clark?
Maybe.
Okay. Good shot. Robin's up on 6. She's in a little bit. It's okay. All 10 fell.
I think you mentioned Brian Skidmore too as a possible.
I can see that.
Only missed a handful.
Yeah, I have bowled. I'm trying to think. I remember when Jacob won. So I think that's when I started, when Jacob won.
Okay.
And it's that 2015?
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, so we're at 9 years, and unfortunately we had the pandemic, so we didn't have one that year. But we would be at, 21 years. All right, Matt. Matt's bowling on 3 and 4, so I think he's just to the left.
Bobby Vega mentioned just love your positive support to the bowling community.
Yeah. Bobby is, it's so fun bowling with and against them. We have such a good time bowling. I was here when she bowled, it was either a 298 or a 299. Maybe she can correct me on what it was. But it was just a solid game. It was so great to see. Make it. Good shot, Brian. So if you take a look at Ken, he kind of lines up that way, but if you see right before he releases it, his shoulder gets put right back in that spot of when he started. And maybe that could just be a timing thing that says, I know where I want my shoulder to be at the finish, so I'm going to set myself up to where my shoulder is in that spot. That's just my thinking. I'm not really too sure if that's actually what's going on.
We'll have our first score update pretty soon. Jeff Himmer, excuse me, has been working hard yesterday, today, and even a little bit before, of course, getting things ready. The best place to see standings. That's got a hook, Sean Wyatt.
Oh, come on.
All right, so I know Sean is going to go back and look at this and listen to it. So I'm going to say good things about Sean. Because I like him. But here's what I am going to say that's negative. And he knows what I'm going to say.
Okay.
He is wearing the worst hat in all of sports.
You know what? I can't see.
And the good news is that you can't see it because, you know, it's a blacked out situation.
Okay. I can't see it.
But it's a Cubs hat.
Oh.
He's a Cubs fan.
Oh, my dad would be upset at that. You can't say that.
Well, good. So me and your dad get along. Yeah. That's great. I never met him, but now I know we're good. All right, Sean looking for a spare here.
And you know, this is such a hard position because they always see, and he did exactly what it is. But it's okay because that's the safe route to take. Down there on 3 and 4, Matt went strike double gutter, but I envy him for that because he's like, I'm going to try to make the same shot I can. And if you take a look, I looked at it earlier. I thought it was the first time it went in, but it was the second time.
Well, you don't say that every day.
You don't, but again, trust is a must. And sometimes we're just like, you know what, let me just throw it over there again. And one frame is not going to determine what's going to happen in this tournament. He can finish out this game, put up a good score, and now he's back to where he needs to be. And it's great because the number is so low that you can have an oops frame like that and say, I'm still in it. I have nothing to worry about.
He shot 297 last year, did Matt Jones.
Did he?
Yep, and during this squad.
Oh, again, I was gone, so I didn't know.
I don't remember which pair it was, but he did shoot 297. Jim Tillery checking in. Lorenzo Rodriguez said, yeah, Dante throws it very well. Very nice to see how he's been bowling. Hello to Joseph Grant. Rep is in the building. The Rep.
Yeah.
Aaron Yamamoto.
So, hi, Aaron. I'm surprised you didn't make it out this year. There you go.
Quick update just from a score-wise for Trevor McPhee fans.
There you go.
Tough start early. Missed some single pins.
Just a couple. Yeah.
So working through it.
Yeah, just grind through. Just grind through. Perfect. Oh, we were just talking about Trevor. All right. After game 1, we got Trevor McPhee, 231. Arturo Medina, 227. Calvin, is that Hugger? Hugger?
I'm going to say that's a good question.
Okay. It's H-U-G-G-A-R, so I'm saying it's like Hugger?
Hugger. We'll go with Hugger.
Okay. Well, Calvin, I'm sorry if we butchered that. Calvin, we got you at 225. Brian Schomburg, we talked about him. 214 was a great game. Levi Yoder, the son of Paul Yoder here, is at 205. And that rounds up the top 5. Followed by David Barnett. Randy Jackson.
Oh, that must have been our guy Randy who was bowling. Oh, no, he was in the chat.
Yeah, Randy Jackson, Weldon, James, and then Ben Perry. That's your top 10 so far. And then Aiden, youth bowlers, is in 11th. So not too bad. We'll keep on going. We'll keep watching and see.
Again, if you have any questions for Dron, feel free to ask tonight. He'll be in for a little bit.
Yeah.
Appreciate his time.
No, this is, I'm just glad that we were able to make this happen.
It's a long time coming.
A long time, long time.
How many, you mentioned you're still trying to get back to all the messages. How many messages do you think you truly got? And I know it's an astronomical number.
To kind of give you an idea, I'm not big on Instagram, and I'm learning how to be a little bit more on Instagram. I had 500 friends on Instagram before, and the day after the Masters, I had 5,000.
Wow.
And when it came to messages, because Facebook just kind of has them in this little block.
Correct. Yeah. You can miss a ton that way.
I can miss a ton, and so there was about 750 messages on Facebook alone. On Instagram, I had about 120, and then I had 250 text messages. So it was a lot. And for me, I definitely wanted to personalize my response to everyone and saying thank you. I'm not just saying thank you, copy paste, copy paste. I want to show everybody that they do mean a lot to me, even if we don't speak on a regular basis. And making some new friends from different bowling tournaments all over the country, and for them to reach out and say, it was such a great, it was such a pleasure, and it was so much fun. I want to at least give them, a little bit of a personalized thank you. Thank you so much. Hope they're doing well. And if you see me, say hi. And if I sometimes forget a person's name, I apologize, because my intel went from, a couple hundred people to a couple 100,000 people. Oh, that's a good shot from Aiden on 3. All right, David. That's it. Those are my favorite hits that he had on lane 9.
He's still fighting hard too over there.
Yep.
Doesn't look like he's having too many issues, and I say that loosely. Okay. Speaking of David, regarding getting to the 1-3. Now he's got some low counts over there, so when he isn't making it, of course, he's probably missing the head pin once or twice.
Yeah.
And that's where the 7s can and the 6s can start to come into play.
Man, it's either missing the head pin or just too heavy on the head pin. 3, come on, make it back. That was a good shot from Dante on 6. It could be a little bit too far to the right, or it could be a little too fast, and it could be everything.
If Miss Moore is still watching, Mrs. Moore, Mason has made his way down. He's on 3 and 4.
Yeah, we get a chance to see Mason on 5 and 6 and 7 and 8.
Started off very well, and a couple of splits, and I'm just talking about 7 counts.
I know, these 7 counts, come on.
It's got a couple of 1-7-2, and hopefully not another one. All right.
Okay, that was good.
Spare.
That was a good shot. Good shot for the spare.
Dwayne, the pattern is, unknown. It's the Mike Miller special, as I like to call it.
Yes.
He is the creator.
Oh, well, Thelma,
originator.
I really appreciate that. Thank you.
All of the above for the Mike Miller special here.
Oh boy.
I was going to ask you though.
Yeah.
D, actually, based on your experience of bowling so many events and certainly bowling on tour, if you had to give a rough estimate on the volume, or I'm sorry, length of the pattern, not volume, length.
Length. Okay.
How long do you think it is?
On this lane service, they don't have the rangefinders at the end, and you can kind of gauge what the ball is doing at the rangefinders. And so, to be honest with you, I feel like it's anywhere between 37 to 40 feet. And try not to get too technical with it. Personally, I feel like there's not very much buff, which is the residual oil after the oil pattern's been laid out. I feel like it's maybe 2 or 3 feet, and then it kind of goes, and when it comes back, the buffer drop is right there where the pattern starts, or I'm sorry, ends, and then it works its way back this way. That right there is what I feel like. Volume-wise, it's hard to say because certain oil that you use won't show up on the ball in the same way. And that's definitely something that I learned from the PBA. The viscosity of oil is what you're going to see a lot of the oil rings on it. Sometimes if the viscosity is very, very thin, you won't see it. Sometimes if it's thick, you won't see it because of just depending on how it is. I mean, if this helps anyone, I do know that we use fire for everything that's here.
Okay.
So the fire oil, I don't think that's really a trade secret or anything, so I'm not trying to give that away. But again, with the fire oil, it has a tendency to break down a little bit more. And I think over at Santa Ana we use like current, I think maybe terrain.
That's just a guess. Obviously,
Okay,
I have no idea.
Oh, okay. I'm not really too sure. I can roll a ball, but I can tell you what we're bowling on. But we use that, and again, just because you know that you use this type of oil, you have no idea, where it's at on the lane. And just by looking at how flat they are, if your ball is just inside a target, you have a very hard time hitting the head pin. And if your ball is right of target, you again have a hard time hitting the head pin. So like this shot here, it barely made it back and left him a 2-pin. So that just kind of lets you know that the pattern is a little bit flat. Boy, 3, 6, 9, 10s. Thankfully, I did not leave any today.
Saw a couple of those already. Not today, or sorry, not just this squad, but certainly earlier.
And I saw Francois spare every one that he left.
Thank you, Karma, for that. It is indeed Hugger.
Hugger?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Did she give us a little bit of an enunciation on like what to emphasize on so we'll know?
No, she spelled it Hugger.
Perfect.
So,
Okay.
Hugger.
Hugger.
Jeff says he left one today. Daniela watching Dante. Similar situation that Dante finds himself in late in the game. Still with an opportunity to save 190.
Yes, exactly. You can do it.
Same thing over there. Matt Jones, who's going to get past a couple of early gutters. That was a really good shot on 3 and 4.
Did he strike on that one?
He did not. Left the 10 pin.
All right, Dante. There we go. He's putting himself in a very good position again.
Mason kind of struggled to the end there. 152 with the super washout on the end. The squad is kind of slow to get going. But I say that, and somebody over there on 13 and 14.
Ben Perry.
Oh yeah, that is Ben.
It's Ben.
Boy, he's been
bowling great.
Every time I go to Phoenix now, shout out to Theo and Carl, working with some of or working their events, I should say.
Yeah.
Ben Perry. In fact, this last time, Ben Perry lit up a qualifying squad. I don't remember which one, but I mean, he was like the only player. I think he might have got. I think pretty sure he got the triple digits when it was one of those. It wasn't like a JD Vance like situation. It wasn't that serious, but it was on par with that squad. I mean, he just destroyed it.
Was that when Theo had his cactus?
Yeah,
tournament?
in June.
Yeah, I couldn't make it because I already had a previous engagement. I kind of let you know. I said
Yeah.
I would have 110% been there.
Yeah, we talked about
I
that.
have family that live out there, so it'll be really nice to visit them while I'm out. They were my cousin. She was a great support system. I had missed the cut in that tournament by just a few pins. I think it might have been less than 5. And she said, "You think you can do it again?" She's like, "I'm putting you in. I think you can do it again." And I said, "You sure?" She's all, "Yeah." And she put me in, and I made it. So I definitely thank my cousin Gabby for that. I really appreciate that. She believed in it, and I said, "Let's do it." She's like, "It's a lot of games, but can you do it?" I said, Absolutely. That's what we're here. We're here to bowl.
Ben Perry did shoot 238, folks.
Good game.
Hello to Dana Alsink. Well, look at that. We've been talking about Colorado bowlers performing very well here.
Yeah.
All day, and one of the best in Colorado. Saying hello.
Dana, so nice to see you. Really nice to meet you in person and to be one of the first ones to congratulate you on your new induction for Hall of Fame. She is part of the class of 2024 in Denver. So.
Oh, that's good. Congrats, Dana.
Yes. Such a great. We made a pat, and so I'm not going to say what it is. I'm just going to make sure it happens.
All right, I like that. Hopefully, she bowled a mixed double somewhere.
Oh, that'll be fun. That'll be really, really fun.
Yeah, I gave you a new idea.
Okay. Again, 2 pins are good. 2 pins are good.
On the fresh,
Yes.
did you see? Well, first of all, did you get a chance to watch any other squads before you bowled?
Not really too much.
Okay.
I did have an idea, knowing the players and knowing their strong suits, but I based it off of some of the sweepers that we did earlier in the week, and I knew that the gutter is always in. I'm not going to say it's always in play, but it's definitely heavily favored in this tournament. And it was just trying to find the correct bowling ball to respond off of it.
That's the by Robin. She's been in around that track area, but her roll is so forward.
Oh, I love what she does.
It can
with
just
the
get through.
Bowling ball. Robin is an extremely talented young lady. A lot of her bowling is self-taught.
Wow.
And I worked with her when she was in high school, and we just had such a great time. And she's preparing herself to take her game to the next level. And I believe she definitely can. I really do. All right, Dylan, you can. He's comfortably in the 180s.
In the booth with, I feel like everyone should know him by now. But first, this shot from Dante. Bang.
Yes, let's go.
But yeah, everyone should know his name by now. USBC Master Champion from the year 2024, which just happened, folks. As he said, March 31st.
Yes. The big thing was I was on The Price is Right.
So I didn't know that until I watched that show.
Are you certain?
I had no idea.
Okay.
So I was actually someone who was like, "Oh snap!" Like the TV element works.
Yes.
In that sense, I was like, "Whoa, D was on The Price is Right."
Yes. It was almost 15 years to the day.
That's wild.
I was on there April 1st of 2009,
That's
and
crazy.
I was on the show for the Masters April 31st of 2024. Uh-oh, hang on. Sorry.
March 31st.
Sorry, thank you. March 31st. So it was. I don't know. I think I said April 30th. If there's an April 31st
I was
in my
gonna say.
world, then
Because you said April 1st, and then I'm like, well, did Price is Right? April Fool's you? Was it really on April 30th? Like, what's the deal?
yeah, it was literally to the day. All right, Dante. He's bringing him back. He went 175, 186. Robin went 184. Cyrus went 146. And I think Ada went 196.
So my kind of lead up to the original question, but it kind of goes to some degree hand in hand watching Dante here these first couple games.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so having prior knowledge, and you took your info basically from the sweepers.
Yeah.
Did you have an idea on outside of just trying to keep it simple, but thinking like, okay, maybe mid-block, this might start to happen, or whatever this is, whether it's the fronts might start to go ever so slightly, or I might have to make the angle slightly steeper by a board or two just to clear the fronts. Like, do you allow your mind to get too far ahead in a situation, an 8-game block, or are you just trying to take it as it's coming? And then on the flip side, how should Dante kind of handle it?
You know, after being able to compete on the national tour for the last few years, I've learned to just take it as it comes. Some people like to pre-analyze and figure out, okay, at this point I'm going to do this, but we just don't know. We don't know. We don't know what the person did previously. We don't know the topography. We don't know a lot of the variables to be able to make an educated guess on what it is that I need to do. And I knew going into this that 5 and 6 last year was a detrimental pair for me as well. I shot 140 on it, and then I shot 150 on it, but that wasn't my thought process. And it was actually in 2 different times when I was bowling. So I just was saying, okay, let me make sure I'm throwing the ball well enough to be able to make the best educated guess on what it is that I need to do. And to be honest with you, I actually moved further right as we kept on going and tried to play even more of the gutter. Steve told me, he said there was a couple of shots that, I mean, I got it to the gutter.
You did. Yeah, you had Steve. He was like grabbing my shoulder, like pulling me back, like, whoa. Like,
Yeah.
whoa.
Especially on 8, I threw one that was, I mean, I split the 8-9 after getting it to, I mean, he's like the one board, the half board. I mean, the ball looked like it was falling in the gutter. So, you know, but everybody thinks differently. You know, everybody thinks that they want to kind of have an idea, game 4, where they're going to be. But for myself and what I'm learning, because I'm never going to tell you I have it figured out. But I'm learning that I need to just do what's best for me and approach it when it gets there.
It's the voice of Dron Booker. My name is Emil Williams Jr. here with you on Bowlstream TV. It is Squad 5 of the New Mexico Open. It's the final qualifying squad, which means after this squad is complete, we'll know the top 32 are going to advance to match play tomorrow. Dron is one of those players, along with several others who have already punched tickets. There's only really a few spots that are TBD, if you will.
That's a good way to put it.
Yeah, they're TBD. And you can maybe start about probably 25th-ish. You know, Tyler Masterson, I think he was at, he told me he was sitting around minus 76 or so. He's waiting around. Kyle King is about that area. I think he's at minus 78, I think, for Kyle. Kyle got to 76 too?
Yeah, 76. And that was from D Squad.
It's going to be close.
Definitely.
Mr. Flores is watching. Jeff actually technically is the number right now.
Yeah. You know, because I don't read on a lot of things. Is he paying spots outside of the 32?
Yes, from what I understand.
Do we know what the
I
cash?
don't know how many though.
Okay, got it.
But I do know there will be additional cashing spots underneath the top 32 for sure.
Got it. Oh, he left the wonderful 4-6-8 on 9.
Yeah, that's tough there. We started over here on 9 and 10. Get a quick look at Ben Perry and Morgan Moore. Mason Moore is over on 5 and 6. We'll take a look at all of these lanes in a moment.
Oh, how fun. You know what? The brothers are going to be able to bowl with each other.
They will be on
7
7 and 8. It's just like Miss Moore called up Jeff and said, hey, Jeff, can you put my sons on an even and an odd lane so they can maneuver and end up bowling at least one game together?
Did she didn't say that, did she?
No.
Oh, okay. I was like,
No.
how cool is that?
I mean, maybe she did. I don't know.
No.
I just made that up.
Just a random draw.
I just made that up. But it would be cool if she requested that.
Yes.
Which I know she did not. But
Yeah.
it's nice to see, certainly from the family element.
Yeah, and I love seeing siblings or spouses or, you know, relatives bowling with each other. It's really cool. It's really nice to see. Especially, you know it's in the family.
Nice shot there by Mr. Shawn Wyatt.
That was a good shot, yeah.
I'll see Morgan here full screen for a moment and get you back to 5 through 8. See Mason. He still throws it good.
They throw it so good. So good. It's just so good, and it's so effortless.
Mason has gone through a couple of surgeries in recent years.
Morgan or Mason? Both?
Mason.
Okay, got it. Okay.
But now that you say that, I believe that Morgan was going to have some form of procedure last year.
Yeah.
Last time I saw him. So they've been through a little bit of adversity in the recent years.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, we're bowling, but life is still life. There's still things that we all got to go through. But I mean, I just love. I mean, I told Morgan years ago. I said, I love what you do to the bowling ball. I absolutely love it. They're just extremely solid. All right, Cyrus. Stayed in the track area.
Former youth bowler, current youth bowler.
He's 21.
21. Okay.
He's 21, so not a youth bowler anymore. I think he's almost not a youth bowler anymore. I think certain things they can still do based on when his birthday is. I'm not sure when his birthday is, but coming out here, what better tournament to start your adult bowling career with the New Mexico Open?
Listen, well, if you're local, which I assume Cyrus might be.
Cyrus is from Rio Rancho, so I would still say that's local.
It's in New Mexico.
It's in New Mexico, yes. It's about 3.5 hours south of where we are. South, I mean, there's a big tournament that they have out there every year. It's called King of the Rock in Rio Rancho. And so for the first time, I went down there last year and finished in second. I lost to Jacob Gill, and Jacob Gill was defending champion, so he got to win twice. Really cool. And you're talking about a hard bowling center. I'm not going to sit and say that it's as hard as this, but boy, oh boy, it's tough. I think I made the cut at like minus 88, and there are a lot of entries. And this one you can re-enter, which was really fun. So they had about 200 and something entries, and my first one I went minus 88, and then I bowled worse, but was able to make it. Stay. Okay, that's it. Dylan Taylor.
I'll give it a run, Dylan.
He did. Oof. I really thought I had that.
Dylan, our 2021 champion.
Love it.
He
Absolutely
defeated Francois Lavoie.
Yeah.
My first time here at the event.
That was your first time here?
That was my first year here. Dylan won.
That's right. You're his good luck charm.
Yeah, we've been cool ever since. I mean, and why not? My voice is attached to his win.
Yeah.
Oh.
It actually slightly touched it.
Yeah, that was close.
It actually slightly touched it.
I will say, D-Ron, I looked down. It might have been Game 7 or Game 8. I think it was Game 8, and you were on 13 and 14 finishing up the squad, and Brett Wolf was on your pair.
Yeah.
And I looked over and I told Steve, I said, well, that's kind of historic. I don't know the last time you have two Masters champions bowling on the same pair at your tournament.
He had said, hey, he's like, hey, Master Champ. And I said, hey, Master Champ. We did.
There's not a lot of people you can just walk up to and say that.
I know. I posted.
And have it reciprocated.
Yes, exactly. There was, I was on my way somewhere going past Amarillo, and it made me think about the time that I bowled the Amarillo doubles with Jacob Buttroff, and we won the tournament. And this was before I had any accolades. Any accolades that I have now. And I made a post on Facebook saying, it's very rare that we both won this tournament. Me and Jacob both won the SMBT Masters. We both won the...
That's the Southern Nevada?
The Southern Nevada.
Okay.
We won the Southern Nevada Bowling. The Southern Nevada Bowling Tour Masters. And we both won the USBC Masters. And we both won the Amarillo doubles together. And with that tournament, you have to have... You can have two pros, but, only one national titleist. So with me and Jacob, we will never be able to bowl again. And we were able to bowl the one time that we've ever bowled with each other and won that tournament.
That's crazy.
So that's just one thing for the book.
That was meant to be.
Yep. And I made a post on it. It was really cool.
How long ago was this?
It was during the pandemic. It was right after the pandemic. Okay. And he asked me to bowl, and I said, I haven't been bowling, and I don't want to. He's like, I'm not going to pass up the opportunity to bowl with you. And I said, I'll do my best. And, we carried each other to victory. It was a great win, and it was exciting. And, it's still one of, one of my favorite moments because you're bowling with someone that you bowl juniors with, and traveling through this bowling career and seeing what he has done in such a short period of time is just absolutely incredible. But to be a part of some of his success was fantastic, and to kind of create my own successes after that. Love it. I love time. I love when it comes to what we do over time with all of our friends and family that we consider a lot of these people our friends and family when we're out here bowling. Come on, Robin. Spare it up.
Okay.
Perfect.
Spare.
That is her haywire spare ball. Yep.
Well,
If it comes out of the rack, you'll see it's a haywire. It's an old haywire from when she had just started bowling in high school. And she's tried using other spare balls. She's like, nothing is like this. It's a haywire spare ball.
I can't fault her for that.
No, not at all.
Whatever you got to do.
Exactly.
It's certainly about being comfortable. Shout out to the chat. I missed Chris Kelso. Safe travels, Chris, and good luck. Bowl well. Small possibility I might pop up in one of those.
You know what?
Very small possibility.
I had said if I needed some more miles, I was just going to go out and show my support to Chris and Dallas. And I think Chase Nadeau is going to be out there bowling as well. That's a good shot from that one right there. That right there is the question. All right, Ben.
Jeff said D-Ron has always been a guy I've watched and been amazed by his bowling. Back when he lived in Cali and now. True inspiration to many.
Oh, thank you, Jeff. It's great. He recently moved out here. I think it might have been right before the pandemic. And we talk, and I work on his equipment, work on his gear as well. And, we're talking about what we can do to try to create more tournaments like this out here, to give everybody more opportunities to bowl, because I can tell you, people want to bowl. And, me and Jeff talk about it all the time. And he's actually going to bowl with me in league this upcoming season. So I'm pretty excited to be able to do that. Kind of feel like old times. Oh, thought she was going to get that.
You still bowl league, huh?
Barely. I bowl league 4 months out of the year. Okay.
That's way more than I do.
Guess what, everybody?
But you bowl for a living.
Oh, my goodness. Okay. Let's take a look at this. I'm here, so I do have the results after game 2.
Okay.
Number 1 so far, plus 26, is Ben Perry, followed by Brian Schomburg at -2. So we got 1+ in this squad. We got Alberto Medina, Calvin Hugger. I said that right?
Yes,
Yeah,
you did.
I said it right this time. Art Uzan? It's Uzan, right?
Uzinian.
Is it really?
Uzinian, yes.
Uzinian.
Uzinian.
I've known that man for so long, and I just now, okay.
Now you see, this is when people like, this happens to me often.
Yes.
Right. So I'll be 1,000% about that. Big double.
Yep.
Mr. McPhee, big crowd on hand too.
Yep.
I'm gonna ask you about his family, or at least support system, because I feel like he's got a lot.
He does.
Just to our right. Okay.
Okay.
Get back at it. I'll finish the story.
Perfect. Okay. So we had Art Uzini at -17, Juan Garza at -21, David Barnett at -22. There's a tie with him and Kenneth Friedrich at 22. Levi Yoder is still doing really well at -24, and 10th is Trevor McPhee. So I saw the Jay McPhee, so I don't know if that was Joey McPhee. I think he just recently moved out of the area. Missed seeing him. Hopefully, he's going to do well and make his appearances up here whenever he's able to. So that's our top 10. So right now, your 10th position is at -26. That's where we're at right now. -26 for the squad.
So regarding Art's name,
Yes.
it'll be an example of what we just did, right? I'll be like 1,000% confident in pronunciation because I've probably talked to the person already, and then I'll talk to someone else who also knows that person and would say it differently, which would then make me question what that person originally told me.
Tell me about it.
This happens in sports a lot, especially This used to happen a lot in high school athletics, where you could ask a player or a coach. You'd ask the coach what the pronunciation is, they would give it to you, right? And of course, you know, you don't get a chance to talk to a lot of high school athletes, right? A little different collegiately. And then all of a sudden you get that, maybe that one note from a parent and the pronunciation is wrong, but the coach gave you the wrong pronunciation.
There you go. Exactly. But I will. Oh, you getting everybody on there so far? I'm trying to hold it up for you.
Top 10 do the top 10.
Okay.
But we do have questions about the Morgan and Mason, and where they are currently.
I can definitely do
feel
that.
free to go ahead and look at that.
You can go ahead and do that, and I can keep on going. Alrighty. Are they in the same spot? Okay, got it. So Morgan struggled. Game 2 went 147. So right now he is at minus 68. And Mason, again, he struggled a little bit as well, and he's at minus 103 in 30 seconds. So Morgan Moore is in 25th. Mason Moore is in 32nd right now for the squad. So far, it looks like, I mean, they're both on the live pair, so we can see. And boy, oh boy, I'm telling you, this is, it's tough. It's tough.
All right, folks, there's your top 10 in the chat. Thank you to Dron for reading those.
No problem. No problem. So yes, I know we were talking about it, but yeah, Trevor's support system. I'm sitting right next to his aunt, and then his mom, and both of his sisters are here.
That's what's up. Now, I'm pretty sure Trevor was watching earlier.
Yes,
because he said he got talked into bowling. This is what he wrote in the chat earlier, and obviously here he is. But maybe he just watched enough and said, "All right, I got to take my opportunity." He came out the gates nice too, 231.
Yeah, he did. And you know, I always say, if you can come out, you know, how do I put this? You can come out here, enjoy the experience, learn from it, and it's not going to change any bit of your financial dynamic. Is that kind of a good way to put it? Yep. Come out here and do it. You know, obviously we can't pay our bills with bowling balls, but if you're able to come out here and to enjoy and enjoy this experience, then I definitely say 100% do it. But if not, there's absolutely nothing wrong with that. Trust me, from someone in my position, I get it. I understand. There are other priorities that aren't bowling, and that's okay. You know, we're people first. Bowling is just something that we do.
You mentioned the, you know, kind of you guys still got the 9 to 5.
Yeah.
Is that including what you do over at the pro shop?
Yeah.
You got some other things that you also do incorporated?
There, you know, it just, everything's just kind of incorporated with it. Just trying to make it to where bowling is something that I do for fun.
Oh,
that was, boy, that's so frustrating.
Nice job. That was a good attempt there.
Those washouts, yeah. No, you know, I'm at the shop. I was doing some accounting as well on the side, and just trying to do a couple things remotely as I'm out there on the national. Oh, get it there. Good shot. We know, I mean, just from being out there bowling, I just said if it stayed on the lane, it's going to go dead flush and split the 8-9, and it did exactly that. And that was a really, really good shot. Trevor getting himself back into bowling. He was nursing an injury for quite a few years, got that taken care of, getting himself back, and no better feeling than bowling with no pain. No better feeling.
See, yeah, but we were just talking about this.
We just did.
He was.
I told you he had the ball. I told you I wasn't bowling this.
He did say that. I was just telling him. He said in the chat earlier he got talked into bowling. He's here.
What happens when his mom says you're bowling?
I like this family already.
Love them.
That's got appeal. I am slightly surprised that Dylan is. I won't say he's struggling yet.
He's minus 36.
So that's not quite struggling.
Yeah.
But I am a little surprised from the lack of all 10 down, I would say, because I feel like this is gonna, this will match up with what he wants to do normally.
Yeah.
Keep his angles in front. Certainly gonna play him straight for the most part. I could see just from the ball roll aspect, right? It's not quite reading in the front part.
Yeah, it's not reading in that spot to where you would hope it would. Good spare.
There we go.
What a great spare. Great spare, Dylan.
Yeah, you should have made that one, the other one. I feel you. That was good, Dylan.
He did a really good job.
Dylan having fun with the McPhee family.
Come on, Robin. Okay. 9 is good, Robin. 9 is good. And again, the Moors, they're so versatile in what they're able to do. He was 15 left throwing reactive, and now he's piping urethane up the ditch. It's just fantastic.
I know you knew what your game plan was.
Yes.
But not everyone, was able to kind of to make it seem seamless, if you will, right? And so the ability to be able to, think about whether you're going to start with urethane and then maybe you have to get to reactive or the opposite. Yeah, I saw a couple players that actually start with reactive, that's what we were just talking about with Morgan, and then move to urethane, which gave them a better look at that particular time. And it seemed to be earlier in the block, certainly.
Yeah.
But yeah, I saw a little bit of the mix back. I was thinking more players would be able to do what you did and kind of stay in reactive, specifically righties. The lefties seemed like they had a pretty good idea, most of them.
So wait. I wanted to make sure I heard you said to stay in reactive or stay in urethane.
I thought more people would be able to stay in urethane.
Okay.
I may have said reactive.
Yeah, you did say reactive. I was just double checking to make sure.
Yeah.
I wanted to answer your
Thank
question
you.
for it.
I thought more righties in particular would be able to stay in reactive a little bit longer than I think the majority ended up staying in. Maybe I would say most got to at least the halfway point.
Yes.
Before having to make the move.
Yeah, I talked to Chris Clark, and he stayed in urethane all 8 games, and he went 150 over almost for the last 3, which was incredible watching what he was able to do. They just seem to maybe carry down a little bit to where urethane you can be on top of it a little bit longer and maybe catch it a little bit more, because he really has a lot of catch on the ball. Hang on, it's okay. It's 9. 9 is good, and so. Again, I'll use my experience because I was just out there bowling. And I already knew that it was just so hard for me to keep reactive online. And I just wanted to play. I played it safe. I really, truly did. And sometimes in bowling, you got to play it safe. You want to look cool, but you know what's cool? Winning.
Can't argue with that. Yeah, winning is fun, as people like to say.
Oh, Jeff Flores puts on there, I wish I could pay my bills with bowling balls. Oh, I missed someone. The youngest daughter is here too for the McPhees.
Oh, how about that?
Oh, there she is.
Actually,
I'm like this way, so like I'm not really. I'm not looking too much around. I'm focusing on what everybody else is doing, so I apologize for that. She's here as well.
Yeah, Jeff actually just mentioned what I was talking about. He was an example of mine. I didn't know that he got out of urethane pretty early, though, but when I started watching him, or I should say what really caught my attention was the ball that he did end up getting to.
Which one was it?
Which he told me was I believe it was a offset 3D.
Oh,
hammer.
Yes.
It was like a blue pearlish or shiny looking ball. And then it caught my attention, because it was that color, it was shiny. And then every other player, righty in particular, again, right-handers, that ended up having to get in.
Yes.
All had like some severely clean bowling balls to try to get through the front. A lot of shine on some of the stuff that I saw between the few squads to this point.
Everyone that I kind of crossed with, they weren't using a lot of the bigger asymmetric bowling balls. The ball that I saw quite a bit that was asymmetric was the Ion Pro, which is one of the new balls from Storm. But there was just a lot of purples, a lot of purple urethanes, a lot of pitch blacks, a lot of reds. Oh, let's get spare. Come on, spare it.
Oh,
Yay.
nice.
I saw 2 people spare the 210 at the exact same time.
Yeah, Brian Chamber down
Yep.
on 13 and 14.
And then Aiden.
Mr. Ruiz Jimenez.
Ruiz Jimenez. You know, this is great. I really do hope everyone enjoys having me on and talking with you a little bit.
Well, of course they do.
I hope so. I hope you guys do. It's really fun. I definitely do enjoy this.
You mentioned you're getting into doing a little bit of speaking engagement. That's a nice shot from Mason.
That was that was another good shot.
Getting an opportunity to just kind of tell your story a little bit more.
Tell my story, and to hope that it inspires everyone to continue doing what it is that they want to do. That's all. Don't let anybody tell you no. And one of the biggest things that I get from kids in high school wanting to take bowling to the next level, wanting to be professional bowlers, I tell them, do it. But just know you can only do it for so long.
Right, there's a little cap.
Yeah, there's a little cap. But if you can continue doing what you're doing and make it to where you're able to do that and not try to create any financial hardships for yourself, by all means do it. Definitely do it. Have a good time with it. Learn and achieve some of these goals. Everyone forgets sometimes, because the Masters was such a big thing, that I did win an Eagle at Nationals.
Yeah,
prior
just
to
before that.
Yeah. And that's always been a big goal of mine. If I'm not mistaken, I think it's the biggest bowling tournament in the world, because it goes for 6 months, and everybody bowls, professionals, amateurs, you name it. And to be victorious for a year in that is, I mean, that was one of my biggest, that's one thing that I wanted to do. Almost, I'm not going to say it is, but almost as much as winning a tour title. I wanted to have my name in history for that. And to be able to do both of them was, you know, you'd be truly, truly grateful for that experience.
And the thing about it is, you know, that's where I started in the industry. So I worked the Open Championships for 3 tournaments.
Okay.
Wow. Yeah, and I hate to say that Mason is back, because we don't want to see 9 pins, but honestly, I watched him leave more 9 pins in college. So it actually brought a flashback to me, watching him just leave this disastrous 9 pin. But it also lets me know that he's back to being himself.
Yes.
Ball roll looks pretty good. Man.
Good shot. Good shot from Cyrus. He, you know, he's struggling a little bit. He went 146, 146, and he's not shooting 146 this game. He's actually going to try to get to 190.
To finish up that quick story, that worked 2010 through 2012. 2010, 2011, 2012. First, you know, again, first job in the industry. It's great. Learned a lot, learned a ton. Of course, got a chance to talk to champions.
Yes.
You know, like yourself, and what that tournament really meant, which, you know, I didn't really know what it meant. Good shot there from
Trevor. That was good.
Trevor. I didn't know what it meant until I started talking to all of the players who spent all of this time creating these teams and keeping them together, and, you know, all the logistics that go through, obviously, you know, to keep squads, 30, 20, 10 teams of worth of stuff, and then, you know, the whole nine, right? And then you talk to these champions, and I'd heard many a time, actually, that, you know, Eagles were right up there, or in some cases maybe a little bit ahead of, you know, PBA titles or professional titles, simply because of the historical nature of it, maybe winning with, you know, if doubles in your case, right, winning with someone you bowled with for however long. There's probably maybe a story attached to it, and, like, you learn all of those things once you get those folks into an opportunity where they can then tell their story. And it was great.
It was so great. I mean, me and Mark, we have literally, it's so funny because as we gotten older, we got closer. And, you know, we're always rivals in junior bowling. And to be able to win a title like that with someone and having that be, you know, a really, really great accomplishment with them, I mean, sometimes, you know, we just get choked up thinking about it because it was just such an amazing thing. And for them to deliver us, or I guess, I'm sorry, present us the watches, and we got to talk a little bit with everyone. And they allowed us to bowl on the pair where our banner was hanging, which was amazing as well, yeah. And, you know, we told ourselves, we said, this is never going to go away. What we did is going to stay for as long as we're bowling. That little trophy next to your name is going to be there. We think it's going to leave if we're not going to win again, but no, it stays there forever, forever.
You are ingrained in that tournament's history, and it goes back a very long time.
A long time.
Nick Pawanda said in the, that's tough, Nick. But I've also witnessed that part too. You know, those who just come up, you know, shy, someone beats them on the last week, last day. That happened again. Just happened to Brad Miller.
I'm not going to tell you what I did with that, but I'm going to say this. Again, Brad and Kyle, I've known them since before they were in college. And I will tell you, I was rooting for Brad ever since he put that number up. And I said, hey, Brad, wait for that phone call on Tuesday. It's going to be the best feeling ever. And he said, somebody beat me. And that was the one time I did not look at the standings, and I had no idea that the day before somebody shoots a number like that. Congratulations for shooting that number. And I mean, me and Mark, we put up that number 48 hours before the tournament ended.
Yeah, it's not over until it's over.
Exactly.
I won't call it rare. I mean, be curious how many times it's actually happened. Someone's taking a lead on the last day. But that's why the phone call is so precious.
Yeah, it really was. And when I got the phone call, I said, this is it.
Dylan trying to finish strong here on this fill. D-Ron sharing stories, still inspiring. I'm glad he's inspiring the good folks here on Bowl Stream TV.
Thank you, guys.
Appreciate you sharing the time tonight.
I really appreciate that. I knew that I wanted to do this, and I told him, I said, hey, you started without me.
Well, yeah, I mean, I knew you were coming back.
I was coming back.
I can't leave the people hanging.
Oh, absolutely.
You know,
no, we can't do that.
I got to start the thing up. But
I was actually
you can get an entrance anytime you want.
Yeah, I was playing pool actually, and before they started, and I said, I'm not going to sit there and be breaking pools while they're out there bowling. I'm going to come over here and sit with you for a little bit.
181 for Trevor as well. Good to see Ben Perry.
Ben
up close.
Did he shoot 236 this last game?
I believe that's him. Yeah. And that would mean he coming off of 238 as well. So that's back to back.
236. So, if that is him, he'll be sitting pretty well.
That's Ben Perry, man. Dante.
He went through the face, 3, 4, 6, 7.
So that's going to be another game in the 170s, but it's still not. He's not in a bad spot yet.
Not in a bad spot, because if he can just get a 210 or a 220, it'll really start shaving him off really fast. All right. Yeah, 175. So he went 175, 186, 175. And so we have Ben Perry coming.
And the Moore brothers.
And the Moore brothers. We get the Moore brothers. That's really fun.
Mason Morgan, the former Midland University standouts. Great family, too.
Yeah. My sister came and actually watched. She moved out here in November, and so she came out to watch me bowl for the first time in 6 years. It was really cool. No.
You said she moved out here or she came to visit?
No, she moved out to New Mexico. She did. If I can get her into bowling, you should see her bowl. She has one of the highest backswings that you would see in a woman, and she throws it really hard. We have a similar style. I think she has me by like 5 miles an hour.
Where was she? Where did she move from?
From California.
Okay.
Yeah, she said it's time for a change. So she moved out here. It'll be a year in November, and I'm so glad she moved out here. You know, New Mexico it's a great place. What I've learned from New Mexico, being out here for the last 6 years, is we're very family oriented. You know, there's not a lot to do, but there's a lot of people to do things with. And so I've learned board games and, you know, hanging out and talking and really getting to know people more on a personal level is a big thing out here. And out here in Albuquerque, everyone just, they have your back. You know, we are all one big family. I know that I'm over at a different bowling center. And but I still can come to Tenpins, and Steve and Dana and Mike will do anything anything to help me out. As well as when Dana came and bowled some events over at Starlight, I said, whatever you need. Good shot. All right.
So what's the wager here? Ooh, there's got to be something between those.
There has to be something,
right?
Yeah.
Mama Moore, what do you think the wager here is between your sons?
Yeah, let's see. And you know what? And if I were to, I'm going to say this. Okay. Oh, that would have been a big four spare. I'm going to say this, and sometimes I think out of the box. I think, let's hope it's both in the positive, but I think they are going to bowl the exact same score.
I can see that.
Okay.
It would only be fitting
Yes.
in some way, shape, or form.
That would be fun. That would be fun to see.
So we are through 3 complete. And, of course, again, Squad 5, much different from the scoring pace as we anticipated the Squad 4.
Yes.
We knew Squad 4, just based on the talent in the field, would come away as the highest scoring squad, and they certainly did. In fact, there ended up being, I think, 10 players who were plus during Squad 4.
None of us caught JD.
No, that is correct. And you even have 4 players, I think, who win 100 or more, plus 100 more.
Yeah.
But no one.
We're still 100. The best player in D squad is still 100 pins behind
Still,
JD now.
that's really crazy to really actually
Love
break it
it.
down.
Hang on.
And think about that. It's Mr. Ruiz Jimenez has joined us as well. Trevor moves over to 5 and 6. So did Dylan Taylor.
Stay online.
And so now, obviously, with players knowing what the number is and kind of having an idea of what they need to get to, right? 3 games have gone by. We're about almost halfway through the block. This is typically where, you know, some players might start to press, especially if they're off to a slow start.
Yes.
Or, you know, trying to break up the monotony, if you will, of, you know, 190, 180. Now, again, 190 is really good. 190 is more than acceptable.
Yes, it is. And just coming from experience for me, I like to know what the number is because it'll tell me exactly what it is I need to do when I'm out there bowling, if that makes sense. I know if I need to play defense, if I need to play offense. And so if I looked at the number and said, okay, the number is, let's say, 50 over, I know, okay, if I shoot 2-0, just shoot 2-0 every game. But sometimes if you know if the number is 170 over, you got to figure out the best way to strike. So there's multiple ways to attack it, especially in regional events when there's an A and a B squad. Ironically, in a regional, I prefer to bowl the B squad, just so I can know what it is that I need to do.
So you got that mindset. That's how your brain works.
I do, because I can get lucky and shoot 270 and realize if the cut's 70 over, now I can play offense.
I like it.
Yeah. But that's my thought. People have other things that they like to do. All right, we see Art throwing a purple.
Zenian. Art is a
Zenian.
I forgot what his preferred game is. But man, is it shoot. It's a poker-like game.
I've seen a lot of video poker type things, but is it a form or a version of video poker?
I think it's a table game.
Is it a table game? Okay.
I think so. I just can't think of the name of it.
Texas Hold'em?
No, it's not Hold'em.
Okay, that's the only one that I know.
No, but I feel like I won't call him a master, but I know he's very good. I learned this sometime within the last couple of years.
Yeah.
But there is a particular game of poker or something of that sort. It's a card game.
Okay.
That Art is very, very good at.
I heard he is proficient. Very, very proficient at it.
Well, Miss Moore, I'm in for that. Loser buys us a drink between Morgan and Mace.
Oh,
That's a no lose for us.
no lose-lose situation. I know.
That's a 100% on all levels. Brothers unite. That is on every single level.
Yes, it is. Oh, I had somebody. I was just looking down on it. It says, "Does Dron have a podcast yet?"
That's a good question, Mark.
That's a very good question.
Sounds like he should have one.
Should I have one?
Absolutely.
Okay.
I would agree.
Okay.
I would simply say, you know, what would be the subject matter, because you've got a little bit of everything.
Yep.
You got inspiration, motivation, you know, obviously bowling, you know, sport in general. So you know, people say this about me, and I'm not saying I'm trying to hit or toot my own horn, but I'm saying it because I hear it in you.
Okay.
But people often tell me, very inviting listening to me, right? It's very inviting. I can sit and listen to you.
Yes.
This is what people tell me often. The same, I would say the same about you.
Oh, well, I appreciate
After sitting here for, now, this is as long as we've been able to really just like chat.
Yes.
Very inviting, especially in the ear, right? So if someone's listening to this on the treadmill, in the car, they're trying to get the baby to sleep.
They can, yeah.
Like, all of those things apply for you.
Well, I appreciate
In fact,
that.
I think you could put a baby to sleep just by talking.
You know,
That might be your next job.
we both have that radio voice where there's not a lot of highs and lows in our voice.
Correct.
And, you know, we'll show some excitement, but it's nothing that's too overbearing to hear. So, and this is great. You know, I enjoy doing this. I enjoy talking, and especially about bowling, and giving some really good feedback about it.
Well, I know Mama Moore was making a joke, but Mason almost really had to buy drinks. He was close. Appreciate everybody tuning in. While you're here, if you wouldn't mind to hit the thumbs up for me, please feel free to share on
That's Brian Hare.
Facebook or on any really social medium that you may have.
Yeah.
This is the final qualifying squad. I got Dron in the building. He's been hanging out. Appreciate his time.
Yeah, I've been hanging out, you know. If we're taking a look right now.
Yeah, where are we right now, you think, at this point, based on what we've seen on the lanes?
Okay.
In the success for some, obviously success for not. That is all relative. But, you know, someone's going to be okay, someone's not. But what are you seeing on the lanes right now?
Oh, as of right now, everyone is just, this is game 4, correct? So now you're going to start pulling things out. You're going to try to keep your heart rate a little bit in check, and you're not going to press just yet. However, you have to start figuring something out depending on where you are with the number. So we'll use, well, once we get the scoring for 3, we can start talking about, oh, and as I speak.
He's got that ability, doesn't he?
Jeff is he's one of the best in the business. All right, everybody. We have results after game 3. Ben Perry, after a 188 start, is sitting at plus 62, going 238 and 236. Brian Schomber is in second at minus 8, 194 that game. Juan Garza, minus 9. Matt Jones, and this is what we talked about. He went 164, 236. And Adam Ishman is the one who told me that if you just add the scores up together and they get to 200, you're doing pretty well. So he's sitting at minus 20. Calvin Hugger, minus 25. Art is at minus 35. Aiden Ruiz is at minus 44. Trevor McPhee is still sitting in the top 10 at minus 45. Levi Yoder is at minus 47. And to finish off the top 10, we have Kenneth. We call him Ken or Kenny. Is sitting at minus 54, Ken Friedrich. Followed by Brian Hare and David Barnett. Weldon. Oh, super senior. I didn't know he was a super senior. At minus 62. Robin at minus 64. And Dante at minus 64 as well for your top 15.
the way the scoring is working out, it's definitely along the lines of oh, look at Jeff with the big board.
So for everyone,
41 people cashed, by the way.
okay, that's good to know. But if everyone wanted to know right now what the projected cut that Jeff has, he has it at minus 73 currently. Minus 73 for 41st place.
That's the cash cut.
I'm sorry, for cashing, yes. Minus 59 for the cut.
So that would be Brian Hare.
Brian Hare?
Well,
Yes.
he's minus 59 currently. So
Yes,
that's what he's saying.
That's what we have. And so far, I wanted to explain a little bit now that we're in game 3, kind of a thought process that will go through someone's head. If you're obviously Ben Perry, you just stay clean. And then someone like Brian Schomburg, Juan and Matt at minus 20, just know whatever they're doing, they can kind of keep doing it. Let's see where we at. Because of where the number is, let's see, like someone like Brian Hare is only at minus 59, so a couple of 2-team games will put him right back on the number. Dante again is at minus 64, and you know, we talked quite a bit, and he told me that when he knows that he starts needing it is when he starts making really, really good shots. And I'm going to tell you right now, after the 3 games sitting at minus 64, knowing that he still has a chance to be in the cut as well as at least getting a cash spot, he's really going to start putting the games together. I have a feeling.
In Perry, yeah, this squad's starting to mimic other squads. Almost every other squad, honestly, minus squad 4. Just in regards to the scoring pace, 1 player plus, you know, in this case by a pretty significant amount early on. But doesn't mean that that's not relevant realistically or overall, because, you know, right now the first 11 players on this squad would be in the number.
Yes.
Now, it's relevant to the players trying to make the jump or catch up, right, and make up some pins, because if the scoring pace is relatively low in the squad, there may not be that many opportunities to put up numbers across the board.
Which is true, and you have some players that really enjoy later when the lane starts to develop a little bit, they start making better shots and they see it. I mean, that was a fantastic shot from Morgan on that one. And because we're both on the same pair, I might switch them back up a little bit. Oh man, Trevor is so close. He is so close. You know what, I'm going to step away for 1 second. And
Okay.
I'm going to try to help line him up a little bit.
Sure.
I'll be right back.
The seat is here.
Yep.
D-Ron seeing something there from Trevor and wants to be able to assist real quick. We appreciate him in that regard too. But I agree with him though, just watching this last couple of shots. That's tough. The wager, as we found out. Oof. How long is it? 6 hours. The wager between Morgan and Mason is the loser of this match has to bowl, or this game has to bowl, not bowl, sorry, carry all 4 bowling bags to the car. Either to the car or the next pair, I think it's to the car, and have the first shift on the drive home. Those are all good things. I look at Morgan and Mason and Irish Pogge. If you're still listening, I just remember you asked me about my children. They're doing great. But watching Morgan and Mason kind of reminds me of what I might see in the future of my own kids. I have 2 boys. Very close in age.
If I fall, you know why, you'll get it on camera. Did you say hi to my kids?
Art says hi to his kids. But yeah, this is fun to. Oh, Trevor got it done. Just right out the gates. That's what happens when you get lined up by Dron Booker. Well, they make it look real easy sometimes. Another Moores. Ben Perry, though, he's been making it look easy the last couple of times I've seen him. Hold on. He's got a pretty nice game here to be so young. There's a few young. This seems like a squad or the squad where you know, some of the younger players decided to you know, take the opportunity to try to compete and see what happens.
I wish it was game 7.
Double there for Mason. Although, again, just looking around, there's not a ton else happening, which, again, could be good for some and not so great for others when you got to make up some ground. And Morgan missing out some opportunity here. Morgan and Mason. Morgan at minus 89. Mason right now at minus 107. Is that the name of the game I was talking about with Art? Is it the hand pay? Is that the name of it? Dron has made his way back and going to, of course, rehash and discuss.
Hey,
Not to give any secrets away, but you go talk to Trevor and he's got himself a double.
yes, exactly. Basically, it was, I told him, I said, Trevor, you're close. You're very, very close. And I do drill his equipment, so I know what his balls do. And I told him, I said, you got to get out of it. Maybe it'll be in play game 6, game 7. But right now, just get comfortable. And I know what that ball does. And let's see what he does to get himself a turkey. Okay.
Ooh.
Listen. That's a lot better than what he had going on. And I said, it's really hard because when you start fishing in the middle of the game, not throwing any strikes, it's, okay, we got to try something. But he needs to have the confidence to know that I'm confidently helping him make those decisions.
Okay.
And picking up the spare, and he'll be okay. Got two. I also went to go check on my buddy Kevin Jones to see how he was doing, and he's struggling because I was looking on the list, and I said, well, what's going on? He'll be working his way down this way in a couple of games, and we'll see what happens.
Well, Art was out there doing his thing.
He still is.
And he still is indeed.
He's in 6th at minus 35. He stays clean, he's back to even. So we have Brian here on 3 and 4. I'm not too sure who he's crossing with. Uh-oh. As I said it, I shouldn't have said anything.
Welcome to the broadcaster, Jinx.
I'm so sorry. Oh boy, I'm so sorry. Tomorrow, don't say anything about me. Please don't.
I got you. I'll try to limit my positive comments.
They say this guy hasn't missed a spare in 15 years, and as soon as you say it, it goes right by it.
Yeah, Slot Swatch let us know. Oh, wow. That the game is called hand pay, of what Art is so good at. I thought it was poker, and I don't even know if it's poker or not, but it's called hand pay.
Okay. It's okay. I mean, it was a bad for Trevor on lane 6. It wasn't the greatest shot. It looked like he had a little bit of a footing issue, but still left the 2-pin.
Okay, it is video poker. You were correct. I thought it was a full table game regarding art.
Got it. Okay.
He had a YouTube channel, Hand Paid Legend. All right, bet.
Handpaid Legend video.
Check
poker.
that out.
Maybe I should. I don't know. I'm not even gonna.
You gonna dabble?
I'm not even gonna walk down that road right now. Okay. Come on, Aiden. He was sitting pretty well. He needs to.
Folks, I did drop the top 10 after game 3. But game 4 quickly coming to an end across the building.
Yes.
Close.
It's offering you a drink. A watered down one.
Oh. Okay. That was close.
Hey, let's go.
Still, I mean,
Please.
This looks like a tough game across the board.
it is looking very, very tough. That was a good shot from that.
Yeah, is there anything that the players, oh wow, did or have done or didn't do,
Man,
just as a group?
you know what, to be honest,
All 10, let's go.
I feel like they may have just been a little bit too far left to start. And when you start off in a certain spot left, then when you try to move right, you're just not comfortable moving right, so you have to just keep moving a little bit further to the left. All right, Ben, come on. Okay.
Dylan Taylor started so well, and similar situation, trouble in the middle of the game, and now double to get him in the 180s.
Double to get him into the 180. So Trevor went 168. Matthew Gardunia went 155. We have Art right now trying to get into the 220s with this next hit. Dylan Taylor. And then,
Thank you, Jeff. Enjoy the family tonight. We'll see you tomorrow.
oh, that was a really, really good shot from Aiden.
Ryan, the scores are located the Tenpins and More Facebook page. Bowl JBT has had a server issue, and so uploading has been difficult for Jeff.
trust it when I was standing there. I walked away. You didn't want to trust it.
Is Trevor making, is he going to 3 and 4 or making the long jump or the long run all the way down to the high end?
It looks like he's going to 3 and 4, so I'd be able to keep an eye on him for a little bit. And the best thing about it is I work with a lot of these people's equipment, and so I can remember what bowling balls they throw before I remember their name. And so I took a look at it and I said, well, do you have this? Do you have that? You know, bowling balls crack and stuff. He's like, well, this is all I got. And I said, okay, let's make it work. And so he said it was all him. It was him. It wasn't the ball. It was just him. It was just him getting comfortable. So right now, Art spared. Good hit here, puts him in the 220s. That was a really good shot too.
He got in with
your thing. I know. It's his ball roll. He has a good ball roll. And on this pattern, again, with the mystery pattern that we're not really too sure, his ball roll freezes it in front of the 1-3, and it just kind of sits, and it goes and makes it through. So awesome to see.
Wow, it was really, that was one thing that, Jim Pratt, this is way back in Squad 1, and unfortunately he had to withdraw. I know he's been having some knee trouble recently, but he was throwing your thing. Now, he wasn't at 20, but he was in around the track area and maybe a little further left, but I was expecting him to be a little further out, but I'd learned, someone had mentioned that I think maybe he had bowled a sweeper or two, and he was playing in that zone, and that looked to be all right at that point, so that's where he started.
Yeah, it's tough. It really is tough. We come in with an idea of what it is that we want to do, and sometimes that idea just isn't quite coming to play the way we want to, so what do we do from at this point? And for Art, I'm not really too sure. I think he kind of came in yesterday, so he really didn't do any of the sweepers, but he has a game plan. And so far, it looks like his game plan is working. With that game, he only went to -11, and -11 is a great score right now.
Got some early frames. We'll go over to 9 and 10. They're underway over there in game number 5.
Game 5. Who do we have making the turn onto 3 and 4 from 21 and 22?
It's Marvin Nesvinsky. We've got Matthew Vargas also on 9 and 10.
Yes, we have Matthew Vargas on 9 and 10.
Mason is moving or continuing to move right, so he is now on 9 and 10. Morgan moves over to 5 and 6. Weldon Ganaway joining us here on 7 and 8.
Weldon. Good on. All right, everybody. Mr. Steve Mackey himself has said, I want to sit here and I want to do this. So I was politely told, I wasn't told anything, I'm just kidding. But I'll be able to go out and rep a couple of the players now and have him come in and give you some inputs on what's happening and what's going on. But I would like to say to everyone, thank you so much for listening. I had a great time. Again, me and Emil can sit for forever and talk about this. but I'm going to try to support some of the players out here, try to get them lined up, try to see some of our favorite names in the cut, and we'll see how it goes. So thank you guys again. Yeah, and if you guys have any questions or concerns or just kind of want to know, I'm here, and they'll come and track me down, and they'll be able to. I'll do my best to answer those questions for everybody.
Well, first of all, before you go, I appreciate your time. This was long overdue, but I'm happy we got a chance to do this. There'll be more to come.
Absolutely.
In some form or fashion. And where can people kind of reach out, follow you, social media, that kind of thing?
I'm doing better, but Believe in D. I'm being honest. Believe in D is my Instagram, so you can go ahead and follow. I've been trying to do more, but it's just time it's tough. But I will definitely keep everything updated as much as I possibly can, and try to do the best that I can and keep everybody informed of some of the new success stories that are going to come in 2025. That's been my goal. That's definitely been my goal. But mostly, I mean, you can find me on Facebook. You can find me on Facebook, and you can find me on Instagram for right now, and that's where I'm at. I can't make any promises of what I'm going to do, but I definitely have that as something that I want to do in the near future. So,
all right. Thank you, sir.
All right. Thank you guys so much for having me. We'll see you then.
All right. That is 2024 USBC Masters champion, Dron Booker. Well, hung out for the first half of this block. Appreciate Dron. Been talking about getting in and just having a combo on the air. In fact, every time we would see one another at this tournament, and it just never quite worked out. Even on Bolt TV, just never really worked out just because I don't spend a lot of time, of course, on the PBA tour. Happy that it happened here. Appreciate everybody for hanging out. Steve Mackey is going to join us now for probably at least the next couple of games of this block before we get ready to close this thing out and figure out who's going to be the top 32. I'm very proud of myself. I've gone without coffee today, and
your wife will be pleased.
She will be, and I'm still not a heavy coffee drinker, but as a lot of bowling fans know that listen to me, coffee has become a regular part of my routine. I purposely bypassed it this morning just to try to wait till the evening so I can make sure I'm good for this round. But I even said, no, I'm not going to get coffee. I'm just going to get like iced tea, and that's what I got earlier. So I'm feeling all right. How about you, Steve? How you feeling?
Well, the actual number was what, minus 59 5 minutes ago?
Correct.
I'm thinking a little lower. I mean higher. I mean minus 70. I don't know if that's higher or lower.
I guess technically it would be lower, but based on the previous game, yeah, I don't see it going up that game for sure.
I do not.
That was a low game across the building, not just from a few players on the low end. Hey, Richard, we can find scores at Tenpins More. Let me check to see if Jeff has been able to update well, actually, no. He won't have an update until at the end of this. I'm sorry, at the next score update, which is coming up. He has been posting squad scores at the halfway point, and of course after completion on the Tenpins More Rio Rancho Facebook page.
And I've got one question. Never seen him before. I'm straight out of a old Robert Redford, Paul Newman movie. Who are these guys? Ben Perry.
Oh, you never
seen
Ben Perry?
No, never bowled here that I can remember.
Well, I tell you, so I've watched Ben the last couple of years. He's from Phoenix. He's bowled Theo's event, or bowls a lot of Theo stuff, but also bowled the Practice Classic and the Agent On. He's a really good player, and he's only getting better.
Apparently.
He's still young, but he's very good. Yeah, he's going to make a little noise tomorrow. He is going to make some noise tomorrow. No question about it. It's nice to be surprised in a good way.
Squad 4, this is not.
Oh no. I mean, there's been 2 anomalies so far. J.D. Vance and
Yes.
Squad 4.
Right.
One we knew just based on who was going to bowl in the squad. Squad 4, to me. To a degree, I guess you could assume that J.D. would have bowled well just because he's J.D. Vance and has a vast understanding of the building. But obviously he did what he did. And Squad 4 overall, I think did what, for the most part, people expected them to do and be the highest scoring squad. And everyone else would kind of have to, you know, always have a couple of people. Great shot there by Brian.
It hasn't been the highest scoring squad the last 2 years. Squad 3 has produced 14 bowlers out of the top 32 last year, and the most the year before. I don't know how many it was, but it was the most. So I was trying to talk people into Squad 3, and looks like I better not do that next year. Well, Squad 4, people sign up early, and you know, they probably work afternoon or night shift. They don't want to have to get up at 5 o'clock in the morning to get ready to bowl at 7. So poor old Morgan there flagged a 6-pin a moment ago after a double. And 8's still hanging out to dry for most people. I told D-Ron, I don't know if he mentioned the story to you, I told him how astounded you were when I came back from the 1 board at the 30-foot mark on lane 8. He did bring it up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Again, this is game number 5. Yeah, it's been in a scenario, but that thank you, Theo, for that additional note. As you mentioned before about Ben too. I've seen Ben Perry twice, no, 3 times. He's made match play at every tournament I've watched him ball.
Well, here he is on lane 6, right in front of us. And that is the line that Hunter Mays bowled earlier, and the one that J.D. Nance had on Friday morning. Down the side. I'm surprised some other right-handers haven't persevered out there.
Yeah, I would say that too. I still think there were a few additional righties I was expecting to really light them up. But they're difficult out there, as we know. You got to be careful. Be solid through 3 games. Some good stuff are brewing on these wonderful tournament directors here in the Southwest, between or tournament organizers, between Steve and Carl. It sounded like there was a nice announcement made earlier between your event and Carl's event.
Yes, and I've spoken to Duarte Urabari, who runs the Oasis Invitational down there at El Paso, and he's got a $6,000 top prize there, and we're going to try and incorporate him and maybe Theo's July tournament into an event series next year.
That'd be cool.
That's the plan. Well, let's have a look at some scores. We've got them in now, and Ben Perry had a $160 before this game here. Looks like he'll be back in the 200 easily. Juan Garza, the leader, shot 232, and 823 is ahead by a pin of Ben Perry. 822. Adu Zanian had 224 before this game. 789, a pin the difference to Calvin Hagar. First time here for him, 788. Brian Chamber out of Ruidoso, New Mexico, 785. Big gap then. 52 pins to Levi Yoder, Paul Yoder's 21-year-old son, who went to Two Hands and went to a clinic at the Kegel factory over there in Lake Wales. Robert Priolu, 170, 180, 170, 190, 728. She's in 7th place. Trevor McPhee, who entered this morning after getting badgered on this telecast, actually. he was,
oh, yeah, that's right. That's right. We talked about that.
Yeah, he was badgered into it. So thank you, Trevor. And thank you, whoever the badgerer is. Matt Jones, Mr. 297 from last year, just shot a $139. That really put a hole in his series. He was doing okay until then. Brian Hare in 10th place with 716. And here's Jeff Hemer. $73 under the actual score, 87 under for cash. That'll be a low cash. He's such a hamster.
Well, they dropped from 59 to, or minus 59 to minus 73.
14 pins in one game, and there's 4 games to go. That does not augur well for this squad. Bit of a late transition game 4 compared to the other squads. Plus, I said earlier today, a lot of pressure in squad 5. You know the score. That's the first time Jeff's been able to walk along and say this is the actual number at the actual moment. And a lot of people choose to turn away when he wanders by.
Yeah, where would you fall on that? Where would you?
What would I have done?
Yeah,
I wanted to know.
Okay.
I liked the pressure of knowing exactly what to do. I wasn't a great qualifier, but I was pretty good in the finals if I got there. But I did want to know because I'd practiced that mentally when I was 16, 17, 18-year-old. I'd bowl a lot of games practice late at night, and I'd say, okay, Steve, you need a turkey in the next 3 shots to make the cut, or you need a 250 game to make the cut, or whatever. And I'd mentally think that, so that when it actually happened to me on a lot of occasions in tournaments, I'd already been there and done that in my mind. Different days in those days, though. Someone's just asked us what the format is for tomorrow. The top 32 will be put into brackets, and they'll bowl by their seedings, their qualifying positions. And there'll be, of course, a start with everyone in the winner's bracket. The losers will go straight to the losers bracket. After the second round, that's going to be a 1-game match. First and second round losers bowl a 2-game match, and then it goes to 1 game. We'll end up with 3 top people in the losers bracket after all the games are bowled. It'll take a number of hours, and then we'll have an unbeaten top qualifier, and they'll have to be beaten twice in the championship round to lose the tournament. Last year, Francois Lavoie was the top seed. Averaged 210.5 last year, Francois. Michael Fitzgerald, who's probably going to miss the cut here, had a 218.75 average last year in the bracket play. Morgan Moore not doing it real easy there. Hart looking for a double. Good shot.
I just realized that Farrow didn't make it.
Farrow had signed up. He was one of the early sign-ups, and he got busy with his shirt business, I guess. He let me know. He let me know a little while ago that he wouldn't be able to make it this year, and he was sorry for that. Brian Hare, got a turkey here. Let's see what he's got. He was 10th, and only 17 pins out of 6th in this squad.
Season 29 for Jeff Hemer and JVTs. Someone told him a nice joke that
and it turned his face red, so it must have been a good one. Hard to beat Jeff at quips. Oh, seen a few cold 8s on the left. Seen more cold 8s on the left than I've seen on the right 9s.
start time, Mac, will be 8 a.m. tomorrow, unless you're a bowler. You need to be here before 7:45.
Yes, do not be late. We had as many as when we were taking the top 48. One year we used 3 reserves. 3 people didn't show up. Oh, there's that 8-10 again.
On that lane.
On that lane. Most unusual.
Well, Morgan battling too. Good question on Dante. In the standings, Dante is, wait, is that the most recent?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Dante is
20th.
20th currently. He struggled that game.
Yeah. It's 120 under after 4. And
let me drop those scores in for you. We do have scores after game 4. David Williamson says thank you for putting this tournament on every year. Always tough, but good.
no, Dave's a good guy. Got a great game. I'm sorry that he has to do a day job. He'd make a heck of a pro bowler. He's got a beautiful classic style, getting from start to finish on the approach. Scores are coming up now on the Bowlstream TV screen. Again, Juan Garza, a senior bowler, is the top bowler in this squad. 823, 822 Ben Perry, who just missed a spare and now he's left a split. Missed that cold 8-pin by a few inches.
Well, there's a really large gap between 5th and 6th on this squad.
Yeah.
Even though both players are under, but minus 15 to minus 67.
And barely missed the spare there. Sent the 3 in front of the 7. Might have nudged it a little. So he's opened 2 frames after 2 doubles at $155 in the 8th. Like to see Robin Priolo kick in. Did she bowl down on this end at all?
She did, and she didn't bowl too bad. I think she was in the 180s.
184. Hart, you better hurry there. Well, turkey for him. Looks like he's in the 2 teens. Artley's that in, so he'll perhaps go over the card with this game. Ben Perry should stay over the card. He's on a 195 pace. Can still make 215. One guzzler the other into the house. I noticed our sideways champion, Dylan Taylor, barely turns sideways anymore. He's almost straight on.
Yeah, I caught that. D-Ron and I were talking about it a little bit in the comparison with, is it Ben? No. Who was it? Who was our other gentleman?
Ken Friedrich.
Ken, yes. Yes, we were talking about that a little bit. But yeah, there were some subtle differences in Dylan's approach. Yes, Mac. 8 a.m. tomorrow morning, Sunday morning, 8 a.m. Mountain Time. Again, if you're a bowler and you make the top 32, 7:45, more like 7:30, just in case.
Yeah, come in at 7:30, and quit giving Jeff and I problems.
Chase it down.
Isn't it past your bedtime?
There's Denny, I'm trying to be funny. It is past my bedtime. Well, actually not. 10 past, no, I go to bed about 11 usually. Anna and I often watch late night Jeopardy. It's on at 10 o'clock here in Albuquerque. Trying to answer questions. Boy, some of the questions on Jeopardy, they're just a little bit too hard.
Just like this oil pattern?
Yeah, what's the oil pattern? What is, I don't know, would be that answer.
Mike Hardesty with the inside scoop on Dylan. Doing a little work at B3. B3 Performance. Great training center in Phoenix. I believe it's actually technically located in Tempe. He's over on lane 4 now.
Now, normally his face would be directly down the approach towards lane 24. And he's changed quite a bit, but nice guy.
Indeed, and I'm still wondering what I mentioned this earlier. I was kind of surprised that Dylan is at the time he wasn't struggling. Like, I wouldn't have put him in the struggle category, but he wasn't throwing a ton of strikes, which again no one really is. But I thought his game would allow him to throw a few more strikes on this pattern, just because of the way he likes to throw it, pretty straight. Obviously, through the front part of the lane. I feel like there is a slight spinner to it a little bit. His ball might be just missing that front part of the lane that it needs to see to start reading. Oof.
Well, got down there quickly. 137. He was clean until then, so what a low count spares. Lots of sevens there for him. Dylan Taylor, a previous winner here. First one to put Lavoie into the runner-up position.
I'm trying to remember the, was it 2 runner-ups or just 1 for Francois?
Francois,
yeah.
2.
It is 2.
He lost to Buttriff back in 2015.
Way back. Okay.
And that was actually the tournament that put Buttriff's pro career into high gear.
That put him into the stratosphere, right?
Yeah, he was only 21. He was the youngest winner at the time too.
Scott Myers putting it out there about roll-offs, but Scott, you are you're not wrong. Yep, it is the time to start reminding everyone about, you know, how many ties at certain numbers do exist already. And I know Tyler Masterson is in at -76. So is Kyle King.
Well, Kyle King, I saw him walking out with his bowling ball, so you might get a little bit of a surprise when he's halfway back to Phoenix. I don't know if he left tonight or not, but
No, he's not leaving.
he got out of the bowling center with all his equipment pretty quick.
He's not expecting to bowl, but definitely not leaving yet. He's bowled too many tournaments to leave that early. He is thinking about saving himself some trouble tomorrow by just getting the bowling balls out right now. But he might be in this thing. Shot there for Matt. Finish it out, 135. Mike.
Go ahead and tell him what Michael Hardesty said.
Yeah, he said, well, according to Dylan, he'll be a normal bowler by next year, in his words.
That means he'll have a couple of beers in the back, be 40 pounds overweight, and have 12 bowling balls, none of which he knows how to throw. And then he'll complain about the lane conditions and the spotty approaches. I think that's a normal bowler.
Yeah, that's about right. That's what we do, right?
Well, that's what people think normal bowlers are. Of course, we're not like that at all. But the media misconception of bowling is really quite annoying. I was the advertising manager for AMF in Australia for a number of years, among other duties, and you know, I had pretty good relationships with most of the media. I had a column in the Sydney Morning Herald for a lot of years, well-read rag there, and you know, until they got to know me, they really thought bowlers were beer drinking rat bags, and the women weren't much better that bowled. But we changed their mind when Jeanette Baker won the World Cup twice. And that started a fairly good relationship with the media down there for a number of years. Brian Hare's going to shoot 213. Let's see what that does for him. Gets him up to 29. He's now 71 under. He's on the right track. And not much to write home about here. We've got Monty's 196 over there, 144. Dylan Taylor can go off the sheet for 170 something. Another 160 there. There's nothing on 3 and 4. In fact, that's probably now going to be a 150 for Dylan Taylor. A little better here on 5 and 6, 196 to 163, 213, and a 195 for Ben Perry. Perry stays over the card at 17. Uzanian is now over the card, assuming he gets at least a spare. We let people bowl in shorts here. It's 100 degrees. I think it was a record temperature yesterday in Albuquerque and a record temperature today, 98 yesterday. I've heard it's 100. I haven't been outside for a number of hours. And so we always let them wear shorts. I think it's the right thing to do. Uzanian, 211. That gets him right at 1,000 for 5. Good effort. Talking about Art's legs there a moment ago. I've seen better legs on chairs.
The hand pay legend.
And one of the sayings in Australia, when you say that to someone, they got shorts on. Australian men wear shorts with short socks. It's kind of weird looking. And you say, geez, I've seen better legs on chairs and better heads on zits.
Yeah, well, thanks for letting them wear shorts. It is the news talked about the heat wave this week. That was it's big talk around town. It was warm out there when I stepped out for after squad 4. It wasn't the warmest thing I've ever experienced, though. It wasn't Vegas or even Phoenix.
Well, we had more hundreds this year, this summer so far, and it's supposed to be over 100 at least 1 or 2 days this coming week here in Albuquerque. The recorded average days over 100 in summer in Albuquerque is 3. We had 3 before the last week of June.
Wow.
And then we had a bunch of them in July, along with pretty good monsoon rain some days, and it's been a strange summer. Different. Someone asked me about global warming or climate change or whatever they're calling it this year, and I said, yeah, I believe in climate change.
I want something to drink. I'm gonna go get a drink from the bar. No, I meant like a water and a soda.
I said, yeah, I believe in climate change every 4 months. Winter, spring, summer and fall. And then the next question from them was, when are you going to go green here? I said, see the masking unit? I said, yeah, that one down there on lane 4. I said, yeah. I said, see the green there near the bowling ball? Yeah, and that's as green as we go. I like being asked stupid questions.
Well, it's green. Great shot there from the start. Shoot, I had a good question for you. So when the temperatures are what they are in this area, like, does it tend to affect certain things? Like, for example, in other areas, right, if it's warm, you know, nothing grows, you can't use the water, those kind of things. Do you get any warnings, things you can't do when the temperature gets to a certain degree here?
Yeah, don't go outside. No, we don't get too many warnings. Last time we had any warnings, they closed the bowling center for 11.5 months. I don't want to listen to it.
That's fair, yeah.
Well, I'll tell you what we do have here, and I've never heard it anywhere else, and you get around the States here, so you might know if this is a common practice. We will have a radio or television program on live or recorded, and we'll hear this beep, 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 and it's sometimes they use it for Amber Alert, which is fine. But the
emergency broadcasting?
Yeah, emergency broadcasting or something or other. Might be a flash flood or a missing child or whatever. And the other thing is that they say it might be here is that they're warning you that the silo out there near Kirtland Air Force Base might be about to open up its thing and let something go. I mean, that's just a old wives' tale, I think. But, you know, they're always ready to go at Kirtland Air Force Base, and that's right next to Albuquerque Sunport. So we get those. Do you get them up in Illinois?
Oh yeah,
they probably get them up in Illinois on Saturday night when people try to go to the shops and get shot.
There was there was weather, and there's been actually a few tornadoes in the Chicagoland area over the summer. Several more than what folks are used to. A lot of tornadoes, in fact.
Well,
heat
we
not
live
so much, but tornadoes, yeah.
Well, we live in probably the best weather in America year-round in America that I've ever been in. This is great weather here. Rio Rancho itself growing like a weed, 118,500 at the moment. When I bought this place 25 years ago, it was in the 80s.
That is Levi, correct?
Yeah.
Levi. A good start. He's in the mix. There's a few players in the mix. Still got a little work to do to ensure that it happens, though.
Nice game here. Give him some confidence going into the last 3 games. That's generally on Saturday night at 10 10:30 or so. Not a pleasant place to be if you don't handle pressure very well. Be nice to get the job done now and then coast home if that's possible. Hard to coast on this shot.
David Tolson talking about LA and 90% humidity. I mean, that's Chicago. The Midwest has that, and it's not fun when it gets sticky out.
Well,
Folks got to be careful.
No, it's close. Close to the drain.
It's go time for several people. I don't know what the deal. We'll see what Jeff Hemer has to offer once he brings us the scores after 5. As we getting on down to it, folks. 3 games left. I think I've reached that point where we really start to count down the frames. It's been an all-day affair.
Oh, goodness.
Well, that's
Wow.
2 in a row that
Yeah.
Brian is unfortunate.
Gotta be careful.
Hey, Ryan, that's a really good idea. Ryan Kolpa talking about some really good players in the St. Louis area. I feel like you had a Missouri bowler last year we talked about. I can't remember who it was. Yeah, Shea is always.
Not many.
Shea's always in tip-top bowling shape. Even when he's not, he is.
Had a couple from Missouri over the years, but bit of a hike. Not a great drive either from up that way, Midwest. Morgan Moore.
Yeah, he put one in the channel. Michael Hardesty mentioned, or you're talking about a prime of Brian Valenta, who, if you know who that is, he's one of the best bowlers I've seen. I'm biased, but it's still true, especially at the two-handed style early on. But on this, at his best, Mike, I don't think there would be a place he couldn't play, because he could play 1 or 2 in his prime, without question. And then if he needed to just, move in and, of course, loft it, then he could do that. Or if he didn't have to loft it, he could still get it through the front. He wouldn't be shut out, that's for sure. We got a couple folks in here who think minus 100 can still get it done.
Well, that was my tip about 24 hours ago. Then I changed my mind after during squad 4, and this squad's really doing it tough.
Ben Perry trying to just solidify his spot. Good start down there on 3 and 4. Again, this is game 6. Spare game is working well so far here for Brian Hare.
Yeah. Better than an open, but not much. Hard as any and a double. Plans to stay over the card, I think. He's right on 1,000 for 5.
Well, I asked you earlier about which tournament was the lowest cut score, and I think you mentioned minus 30 something.
Yeah, for 32. Last year it was minus 42. I checked last year, so it's going to be
Kind of on pace. Well, a little bit underneath that, but
well, it is underneath that. Having said that, we do have 50-odd bowlers, 45 bowlers less than last year. And you know, in that 45, there was Cortez Schenk and Emily Eckhoff and
Chris Kelso.
Some good players that are up at the Pro Tour qualifier. I think that's in Chicago, isn't it?
It is.
What house?
There's 4.
Oh, it's in 4 houses?
4 different centers in the kind of the northwest suburbs. One different center on each day.
Well,
yeah, Mount Prospect. You used to do some stuff up there, right? Maybe Chicago or no? Okay.
I haven't been to Chicago since I was in Mort Luby's Bowler's Journal office.
Wow. Used to be on Wabash.
Yeah, Wabash. And watching the Super Bowl with Refrigerator Perry.
You watched the Bears win the Super Bowl from that office.
From that
get out of town.
From that office.
Peeling back more layers, folks, with Steve Mackey.
Mort said to me that afternoon, I was typing an article for the World Bowling Writers. We used to have a World Bowling Writers group for a number of years. Mort set it up with a few other folks, and I was writing an article about Asian bowling, and he said, well, I'm going to go upstairs. He had an apartment upstairs in that same building, 67th floor or something or other, and he said, I'm going up for a nap. I said, it's 2:30 in the afternoon. What the hell's a nap? He's in his 50s then. He said, wait till you're in your 50s. You'll have a nap every afternoon, and he was absolutely correct. I loved one of his sayings, and I've used it here before. He only used it maybe once or twice in an article. It was talking about bowling under pressure, and he said he remained as cool as the other side of the pillow.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
I love that saying.
Quick shout out to Calvin Hugger, who's over on 9 and 10. Calvin has made his way into camera range. I know we had a couple of Calvin fans early on waiting for him to venture in. So he's over there with Kevin Jones. I think Art is there as well. Matt has made his way over there also. Calvin is doing pretty well too. He's minus 12 after 4 games, again waiting on the game 5 update.
Well, let's see what Brian Hare does this time on lane 8. He kept it way out there, as did Dron Booker earlier, and it barely made it back to the 3-pin. Let's see what he does. See where the ball lands on the lane. Oh, he's inside of 5. Spares, constant spares are often a sign of feeling the pressure. Squeeze it a bit, try to do something a little extra. I think I can strike on this. Not when it's tough.
Levi got to be careful because he was in a prime spot prior to, and then he's kind of leveled off there, but he's at minus 67.
Art, Turkey, and then a big split. Be nice to see one of these splits spared.
It is an interesting scenario that you just brought up, though. Really thinking about that comment that you just said, Goldies fan. I mean, if you... this is like Bears fandom to a T as Hugger strikes again on 9 and 10, yet, you know, you just happen to be there and watch the Bears win the Super Bowl.
And there was, you know, it's a city of what, 4 or 5 million? Back then, 1986, I think that was.
Yeah. Yeah.
And that was when we organized the International Challenge Cup. Mort helped me have a meeting with John Falzone out at
Oh, yeah. Rockford? Did you go to Rockford? Or?
No, didn't go to Rockford.
Okay.
We went to O'Hare Airport. I think there was a McDonald's there or something. Is there? On the way to O'Hare or Midway? Anyway, we went out that way. It was cold. It was in October. And I was on the way to the Bowling World Cup in Copenhagen. And we had a visit there with John Falzone and came up with a format for the trip. We ended up bringing 7 Americans over, and Dana was one of the 7. She's the only one I didn't meet. I did go to a tournament in Rockford that next day and met 6 of the people that I invited, and Dana had skipped that tournament. And then we ended up deciding to bring her because we had coaching and talking to the media and talking at big dinners. We had a dinner in each of the cities, Sydney, Melbourne, and Brisbane, and she was a guest speaker at one of them. Well, here we go. Got 4 over the card now. Ben Perry, 1017. Juan Garza, 1007. Calvin Hagar, 1002. And Art Uzenian, 1000. And there's now only 33 pins down to 5th place. Brian Hare, a big gap then, 929, so he's under by 71. Just got his first strike in this game. And here we've got Matt Vargas, an accomplished bowler here in the Albuquerque area. Kevin Jones spared the 210. Where is Jones? He's not on page 1. That's usually not a good sign. Oh no, silly me. He just had 233. He's minus 77. That's why he ran out that 210. There's a chance. Uzenian looks pretty good. 10 hooks more than 9, so needs to make an adjustment off that big split that he just left.
Take a quick look over there at 9 and 10 too. See Calvin Hugger for a moment. He's working on a double. He's moving left. He's going to finish his final 2 games here on 5 through 8, of course. But just to see where he's playing.
Oh, good, like a horseshoe on the side there.
That's that one to lay off. 2-4-7.
His first time here at the tournament. That's his first time here at this tournament.
Really?
Yeah.
Where's he from?
I'm not sure. Probably on the back page somewhere. Yeah. Laveen, Arizona. Laveen. A couple of bowlers from the city of Laveen. Here's Jeff Hemer, and it's gone up a pin. Went from minus 73 to minus 72. Cash now almost 100 under. What was that before? Was it 90 something?
No, I think it was in the 70s. The cash.
It's now minus 93.
I think. I could be thinking about 2 games before when it was the cut was minus 59 and the cash was like minus 70
right.
something.
Yeah. So cash has definitely dropped. And Brian Hare, 4 spares and a double. It's going to help him immensely. He's the one that's kind of out of the loop here in this squad. He's in 6th place, but he's 38 pins behind 5th.
First of all, shout out to Juan Garza.
Oh, yes, good spare by Perry over there. He spared the 2, 4, 7, 6, 10.
Wow.
That designer split. Typical for a 2-hander. You have it.
Let's see if I can find it.
I got a strike for 92 in the 5th. Battling along. Levi Yerdo having a hard time here, following a 163 with 69 in the 6th. Oh. That's the payback for buying us a drink. Thank you for the soda. Martin's mum, who runs a sandwich shop downtown,
Yeah.
we're talking about her a number. Her name is Claudia, and she told her son, who came in to thank me, he said, "Mum thanks you for mentioning her in the store." She was watching
Oh, that's
all
great.
afternoon. Yeah, hard-working lady. Done a good job with her son too, bringing him up. Oh, Brian, through the face.
I gotta say, I still would be shocked if this number really backed its way into being minus or even close to 100. I would be shocked.
Levi's got fast feet. Fast feet usually mean a missed head pin on the right, particularly on the right side today. Hard to maintain an even paced footwork when you're under pressure. Well, let's have a look at Morgan Moore. He's had a couple of severe opens there, including a gutter ball 9 after a spare. He's only 86 in the 6th. He can go off the sheet for 206. And he'd best do that. He's 122 under and a couple of games to go.
He's had a little bit of a tough stretch. It looked like he was about to really make a move on 7 and 8. He did not end that game well. And then that's kind of followed him a little bit here.
Yeah. Well, 147 in the second game didn't help either. And Perry, 187 pace at the moment. He's down on 3 and 4. You can just see a bit of that on our screen. Oh, Brian. Kevin Jones doing a little gardening out there, a little bit of fluff or something on the approach. We have a league bowler here, Monty Gustafsson, and he's a good guy. Actually had a 752 series in summer in our Sunday night mixed nuts league, and he's often picking up little bits of fluff and stuff on there. We call him a house gardener. Kevin trying to get a double. Needs one desperately. Oh, good spare by Brian Hare. Very good. 127 in the 7th. That gives him a chance to shoot 2-0. Still. Channel surfing. Well, Trevor McPhee in game 5 shot 144. Answer to your question.
Yeah, I thought he was about to make the turn, and not literally the turn to go down to the high end, which he did, but I thought he was about to turn the corner. He looked to be getting a little bit more confidence. D-Ron went to kind of check him out, see where he was going to, or how he was lining up. Great shot by Calvin Hugger to the right. Every time I go to that pair, he hadn't struck, so I might have to not go back to his pair so he can strike.
Yeah, 132 in the 7th, so he's on a 192 pace. All right, Levi, you can go off the sheet for 165. It's better than what it might have been if you could do that.
Oh, Ben Perry's going to get a lovely break.
And get that rack checked on 3. That was slower than molasses crawling down a wall. That one.
That was good.
It was like watching paint dry. Well, Brian Hare got a Brooklyn there. Gives him a chance to shoot 207. And Kevin Jones badly needed a double and got a light hit swisher. Jones and Hare, only 6 pins the difference between the two. At the moment, looks like Jones will pass Hare. Nice game there for the young man. Not a newcomer to this tournament. Not a newcomer.
Tell you really well.
If I could have all the newcomers every year and then all the people that bowled, I'd have to run this tournament for about 3 weeks. We've had probably 3,000 different bowlers playing this thing. A lot of them are still active. You know, things happen, life goes on. Injuries, and pregnancies, and births, honey-do lists and whatnot, and I hear it all every year. Drives me nuts. So we ended up with 166 people here, and we had 9 people that couldn't make it. A couple for money reasons. I'm not surprised in the current economy about that. That's probably the most legitimate reason of them all. But so we would have ended up with 175, which in this current bowling environment is pretty good. Levi looking at a 140.
Calvin Hugger can get into the 220s.
Yes, everyone but Matt Garduno on that pair has a chance for 200. Garduno had 181 if he makes that spare. Art Uzenian in the 2 teens. Matt 180.
Big Big Ten frame coming up here for Kevin Jones.
Yes. Huge. And you can bet he's going to ride it out if it looks good on the way down. Tall guy. Easy game from Fontana, California. One of 3 Californians we've got here this year. No. Disappointed with himself there. Got to concentrate now on the spare. That's now yesterday's newspaper, that 8 count. Boy, not much to write home about here on 7 and 8. 119, 122, 145. Stuff that nightmares are made of, those 3. Got to make the spare. Safe. Smart. That was a good delivery for that.
192, and Jones is minus 77 after 5 games.
Brian would like to double there, that's for sure. Better make the spare. Same spare that Jones had to go for. And Art, a shot at the foot, 2-4-10. Haven't seen too many of these spared, couple maybe, that's about it. And smart move again. A little bit of a backup ball. So 187 for him. Possible. Oh boy, back-to-back 6-10s. Every pin counts right now. You don't want to be getting a low fill ball. Let's see what Brian can do with this one. Oh goodness. Oh, 6. And Art ends up with 198. He's dropped under the card again by 2.
There's a lot of intrigue developing here, and it's kind of like in the opposite direction. And it's not because the scores are higher, it's that the scores are much lower. And so it's actually bringing in a lot of players who maybe thought they had no chance at making this number.
Yeah, they better
back into play.
Yeah.
I hope no one left now.
Oh. Could have gone off the sheet for 222, and now looking at for him hopefully 202 and a possible 189 with this nasty little pain in the neck there. Baby split. Hard to spare those two on this condition. Right and left side. Do you agree? I've hardly seen any spare.
Oh yeah, 2-7, 3-10s, absolutely. Not my favorite. And in this moment, love to have it be clutch. Looks online. That is
good
well
shot.
done.
Yes.
That's
yeah, textbook stuff that. Good for you, Calvin.
Morgan Moore just threw the back four for 186 down on 3 and 4. And he's still not out of it because of the scoring pace of this squad. But he needs 2 big games without question. If he can get 60 pins back, let's see, he's going to be.
And we've seen a lot of them do that. Joe LaRosa did that. There's another cold, freezing cold 8-pin for Perry down there. He's going to shoot 173 best case scenario.
Yeah, we might even have a new squad leader. Juan Garza was leading it earlier. Heck, it could have been Calvin after this game if he got to 220. 196 is not bad though.
Yeah, 196. So Calvin 6 under, Uzenian 2 under. So Uzenian passed him. Oh, did he? Yes.
Well, Calvin's going to be at -2.
No, he's -2. Yeah.
But Art, well, they're
He's
tied.
also -2.
Yeah, they're tied.
Yeah. Well, here's Jones. Doesn't want to fiddle around. He's lining up outside. How tall do you think he is? About 6'3"? 6'2"?
No, he's taller than that. I'm going to go with 6'4".
6'4".
He looks taller than me, so.
Not easy to have a big man do well. Steve Cook, of course, one of the best pro bowlers. He was huge. He could have been on the WWE.
Did he bowl this tournament?
Does he bowl?
Did he bowl your tournament back in the
No.
day? Oh, okay. No, I've heard plenty of Steve Cook stories. All right, game 7. And it's game 7 down here. It looks like several on the high end still finishing up game 6.
And 7 and 8 wanting to get going. I don't know if that's a nervous start or not. A little slower there.
Look out.
Oh, goodness. Wow. That ball was too slow and just turned left out of his hand. Well, let's have a look at Hagar. Another one from Arizona. Very good turnout from Arizona. Second most entries from any state after New Mexico. And let's see, easy style. Doesn't do a whole lot with it.
Calvin Hugger Jr. So John Verbal mentioning others in the chat. The Valley, we got Randy Jackson Jr. I know many people have been waiting to see Randy. He was in the chat earlier today, maybe even yesterday too. Guillermo Espinoza, Mr. Vargas on that pair as well.
Randy from Alamogordo. 2 bowlers from Alamogordo this year. I think Randy bowls on the base down there, Holloman Air Force Base. I believe they do quite a lot of training for the German Air Force at Holloman.
Calvin, good spare shooter. But that's what it's going to require just to solidify spots for players like himself, Ben Perry, Juan Garza. Just got to make spares down the stretch. Art Virginian, same thing. Brian Chamber. Brian's a little bit of a different boat just because he's got, he's in at -33. And the same can be said for all, but if you're already in the -30s, you certainly aren't trying to give it back. Now, this is after 5 games. That could change here in 6. Mac, as far as my prediction goes, I mean, everything I've said has been just out the water. You know, -40 is now out. That's not going to be it. We might be in the -80 range, which I just didn't see that happen.
No, this is somewhat of a surprise, and you know, again, the mental part of bowling comes into play when the squad's scoring tough and you're looking around and everyone around you's falling by the wayside. It gets a little scary out there. That's when you got to have a good mind. Someone asked you a question. I quite can't read it all. It's got a little love tap there next to it.
We haven't got the most recent update, so the update after 10, oh, I'm sorry, after 5 is there. So scroll up for the top 10 after 5. Game, in fact, I think they're still, the high end just got done. with Game 6. So we don't have the scores updated as of yet.
Trey Ford. Boy, they're low scores for him. He's a heck of a bowler.
Yeah,
he
that's very shocking too.
Won a big doubles tournament over in Eastridge Lanes there in Amarillo, and minus 124 with one unknown game to get added. With a strike over on 3 and 4 there. 2 big games though. A couple of we've seen some 2-game sets, 270 and a 250 by maybe 3 or 4 bowlers this tournament so far, and he doesn't even need that much to get in the money and even make the cut.
Yeah, and I think it's certainly important at this point, because there are a lot of people, of course, just kind of hanging out and trying to see what's going to happen here, but are to just remind the people of players who were in the 70s, in the minus 70s, entering this squad. Okay, we talked about Jeff Flores. I tell you, Jeff, I mean, you're not out of it yet, Jeff. You're at minus 92. Steve Novak was minus 88. He's not out of it now either, and I know he thought he was. Timothy Jacob from Tucson at minus 87. Not out of it either. Ed Smaglik, minus 79. Kyle King, we talked about earlier, minus 76. He and Tyler Masterson are tied. Again at minus 76. Dennis Brown was at minus 72. Jason Silva, who bowled, I think he bowled on Friday at minus 69. He might be watching. No, I'm sorry, that's Brad Harvey at minus 69, beg your pardon. Minus 64 sits Jason Silva.
Let's have a look at Jones here. He's opened the first 2 frames and he's got a bad rack at 7. I wouldn't have bowled at that one. That rack was pinched.
It's Randy. That's a good shot. Nice double to start game number 7 here for Randy. Appreciate his support of Bowlstream TV. So all the scores I just mentioned, folks, they're in it without, and I'm saying they're not in the cut, but they are in the mix. Where maybe previously it seemed like, they may not have a chance. They firmly have chances. All of a sudden, minus 60 looks like a vacation. Could have been putting your feet up hours ago if you're Noah Gallegos.
Jones on the board finally, 17 in the second. Wow.
Where's Dale Coffee at? I haven't heard the coffee shop all day today.
He's
didn't see that coming either.
A long way under, and if you just saw that one shot of his, you go, wow, he's probably up near the cut, but he's probably a couple of hundred under.
Well, I mean, the best 2-game stretch that anybody can come up with here, and if it equates to somewhere between 60 and 80 over in 2 games, it might get them there. Galvin putting in work.
Out of these 36 people, there'll be 2 or 3 with a big smile and patting themselves on the back after these next 2 games, and the other 33 will be heading to the bar to drown their sorrows, I'm sure. Matt Vargas. Matt's such a capable bowler, but he struggles with confidence sometimes.
That's a tricky thing to navigate, but you got to have it. to be great at anything.
Yeah. Without being over the top. Bronson Etsy.
Randy makes
listed out of Tacoma, Washington. I used to supervise an old 32-lane house there. The BPAA president, Cleaver Reddig, owned the place. It was 32 lanes, and of course then they legalized gambling up there years ago, and we had Keno games and all sorts of slots on the concourse and so on. It actually took quite a bit of money. When they legalized slots in Louisiana back in the early 90s, I could make payroll out of 3 slot machines in the bar area that we were allowed to put in. It was on for young and old. All the women would get there for their morning leagues. We had 1,300 league bowlers in the place, and a lot of day leagues. And the women would be standing outside, and boy, they get into arguments. Hey, I've been here, and I want that machine. I've got it.
Yeah, I've heard a few stories about that, not just at the bowling alley, but anywhere.
Calvin. Oh, he tried to be aggressive and got out of it tad quick.
A little further right than some other lefties we've seen throughout certainly the day in multiple other squads. Dale Coffey, 10-pin, over on 9 and 10.
He's been here the whole week, bowled a couple of pro-ams for us, and the sweepers, of course, and visiting family who still live here in Rio Rancho. He was a Cleveland high school bowler, and in at least 1, maybe 2 winning teams.
Oh, he's from the area.
Yes.
I didn't know that.
Yeah. And Jim Tillery was one of his coaches, along with Dennis Helmick at Cleveland. But he really came into his own when he moved up to Colorado and started drilling balls for a living and whatnot. Coffee Cup tournament's a good one.
Randy. 6, 9, 10 there for Jackson. Calvin chatting with Alex Benton. He bowled early today. Keith Fong. Keith hanging around. Hey, see if he's going to get a check, but shoot, he might back his way into this thing.
Matt Jones is going to be on 9 and 10 in the last game, and he's just had 139 and 140 the 2 prior games to drop to 141. We don't know what he had in game 6. He's got a strike spare 5-bagger over there and looking pretty good all of a sudden. 13 and 14, not the highest scoring pair on planet Earth.
It's interesting you say that because there's been a lot of big games on that pair today.
Yeah. Quite a different pair. That 13 turns a lot and 14 tends to hang out to dry. Let's have a look at Jones's game 6. He's had 178 in game 6. He's 163 under. He's going to pick up 30 or more pins in this game. Could go off the sheet for 280. Calvin Huggar, the leader. No one's over the card anymore. He's tied with Art Zunian, both at 11.98 for 6. Ben Perry 11.88. Juan Garza 11.77, all fairly safe. Brian Chambers 11.39, again safe. Kevin Jones 11.13, and he's in trouble here in front of us. Brian Hare 11.12, a pin the difference. Robin Priolu 11.05, and then Sean Traskowski. Let's see, Sean just shot 230 the other end of the house, 11.01. So they're 99 under and higher. Ken Friedrich 205 and 206. There's not too many columns here with back-to-back deuces. There you are.
This is interesting. All right, folks, here we go. Scores for the chat specifically. As Steve just read them off, but shout out to Calvin Hugger. Again, no one is plus, as just mentioned, but
decent shot by Hugger. Oh, he's hammering the pocket, hanging around there like a bad smell. That's not going to hurt his chances of getting a good seeding for the match play tomorrow morning.
and we don't have buys tomorrow, right?
No.
Everyone's bowling in the morning.
Ooh. Going to be flagging any single pins right now. Jones struck the last time on lane 8. Moved way outside and deep in the pocket. Good shot for him. That'll bring a smile to your face. Dale Coffey looks like a world beater over there. Turkey spare double.
You never know what that might end up in.
Yes, right.
Based on the
279 per 10. Let's see if he did that. I'll give you the number. 214 under. They get into a buck 70 or so.
Oh, the tie.
Minus 76 and minus 93 didn't change. 76 might have.
This can't go lower than 92 because already 32 people have done it at 92. So that's how happy this squad is. 32 bowlers are done at minus 92 already. So it can't go lower. That's how rough this squad is. That includes one of the two bowlers. There would be a tie. Do you have a written rule for the tie? Is it one full game? Should I ask this question off camera?
Do you have an entry form anywhere?
I have.
I've got one in the office. I can get it.
I should probably know that.
Tournament director Jeff Hemer asking annoying questions and expecting an answer at 10 past 10 on the fourth day of a double shift of a 75-year-old. Jeff Richgels, who's involved in the 11thframe.com Iowa tournament this weekend, said that it looked like J.D. Nance had gone to another house and bowled on the house shop. Jeff's always a good reporter for our tournament here, and we appreciate that. Jeff won the National Resident Pro Championship that we ran in Corpus Christi for a number of years, and he beat a heck of a field that year and bowled very, very well. $6,000 we used to have on top there. That's back in the 90s at Island Bowl in Corpus Christi. Look at Jones. Wow, he's had trouble on lane 7. Let's see what this brings. No, never a chance. He needs to angle his feet just a tad left, perhaps.
It's a good 9, though.
Yeah, good 9. Got rid of the 10. And James Montes did not. Marvin Nesvansky's a good supporter here. He's bowled a number of years. He bowled here, oh, maybe 13 or 14 years ago with his wife in the last squad on Saturday.
Sometimes it's just not the tournament.
Yeah.
It's just not the day. And for a couple players, again, just, you know, Trey Ford, one of the wouldn't have guessed certainly that he wouldn't be in the number by now.
Yeah, carrying a light hit. He can go off the sheet for 216, and that will give him 1328 for 7 games. That'll be 72 under. That's an important 9th and 10th frame coming up for him to get to that number. Matt Jones, a cold 9-pin after a 230 odd opportunity. Agar looks like he's moved a couple further left on the approach. Not enough.
Still in really good shape. Dale Coffey, bang.
Oh. Turkey 4-bagger, a spare in the middle of it all. When he gets hot, he gets real hot. He's had quite a few 300s in league up in Colorado Springs.
Dale Coffey knows exactly what I needed at this time of night. I needed a cup of coffee, and boy, is he delivering. He's going to, he could be making it very interesting for somebody, including himself, not just him, but someone else. I believe Jeff said there are 32 players who are already in or above minus 92, so the number can't drop below that. And then I think it becomes chaotic.
Kevin Jones making things a little more difficult than you'd want. Baby splits, look at them. We're covering 6 lanes and there's 2 baby splits and a high hit 2-pin. That's 3 out of 6 high hits. Coffee right there again. Turkey 5-bagger. Could be a high game $75 reward coming up there for sure.
And Dale's again bottom right of your screen, but we'll go to him full screen here for his 10th frame in a moment. He's going to finish on 7 and 8.
Oh, good spare for Jones. His potential score 195, but he's really on a 170 pace, and be a good effort to get to 170, frankly. And Hare makes the baby split again. His best is 196, but it looks more like a 180.
His spare game is has been pretty good. Speaking of Brian, again, after game 6, here on this squad, 32nd is minus 76, which would be a tie. Tyler Masterson and Kyle King are tied at minus 76.
Well, I hope Kyle didn't leave town. He sure looked like he was on the way out. Oh, Calvin. Clean game so far. but not too many washouts getting spared.
Mexico Open has struck again.
Yeah, if this was a tennis tournament, we just had a double bagel over on lane 9. All right, Calvin, show us what you got. Chance. No. Right, Hare and Jones neck and neck in the squad here. Nice, very nice.
What was Brian at again? Minus 88?
Minus 87, and he's had a lot of trouble on lane 7.
All right, here's Dale.
0 strikes on 7.
Oh, Dale Coffee.
Okay, we'll finish up that game there. That could be, I think, the second high game of the tournament. 278 was second behind Nance's 289 on Friday.
That was Tim Eichhorn this afternoon.
Eichhorn, yeah, 278. I think over here somewhere, 3 and 4.
It was 13 and 14.
13
yeah,
and 14.
that pair is okay today.
Okay, Hare. No. Through the face. 186 is best. He loses another 12. Puts him 100 under. And Jones.
Sticking with Coffee here.
Coffee on the way down.
Bang.
Oh, goodness.
Dale.
I mean, if you were looking at him, you go, well, there's the squad leader.
Give me that. Give me a little bit of coffee, Dale. Give me a cup. Take a Splenda.
Here's his scores prior to that fabulous game. 179, 168, 146, 150, 171, 172, 270 something. Amazing.
Dale Coffee. You drink coffee, Steve?
Yeah, lattes, no flavoring.
Okay. Well, we'll ask Dale if he can make that for you. I think he can.
Wow, what a game.
Dale Coffee. When we need the caffeine the most.
Well, that
He
changes,
delivers.
that changes things considerably for him. Let's have a look at it now. 986 for 6. 279. 1265 for 7. He's gone from 214 under to 135 under. Shoots another one of those, he's probably in the cut. Isn't that amazing? Never give up.
I mean, if he shoots 2, you almost have to think he's got to do it again.
Yeah.
He's got to be thinking, well, hopefully he's not thinking that at all, to be fair for him. But for us, he's trying to get to, his goal should be probably minus 76. That at least gets you in a 3-way tie, theoretically, at this point.
Not sure, answering Ryan Riley's question there, the score for Matt Jones that game. I think it was a good one. He had probably 230 something, and he's coming down to 9 and 10. He did have 1,037. Let's assume he shot 230. I don't see any opens there. He had a 5 bag, so probably 236. So he's gone to 1273. So he's 127 under. And he had 297 last year in the penultimate game last year here at the tournament.
Oh, it was a final. Yeah, that's right.
If he gets one of those, he's in the final, probably.
Yeah, Matt's going to need a game too. He and Dale Coffey are basically in the same situation.
Yeah.
And that's if Matt did finish with a solid enough game. Randy did get to 203. He's going to finish up on 7 and 8.
Wow, Jones ran that ball down the fence. But horrid game for him when he needed 200 or so on 69. Loses 31 pins, now 118 under or so. I need a big finish. He'll be still in camera range. Well, you know, he went outside there and really never hit it. Yeah, 166. Not good. And not good scratching your head either, Kevin. That definitely isn't a good sign in match play when you're scratching your head. Opponents usually smell blood in the water when that happens.
Randy with 203. I don't think he's not going to have enough pins available for him to try to sneak in there.
Jim Kaufman said, "Good evening, Steve." He's living in the Philippines.
Oh, wow.
Outside of Manila, yeah. There's a Filipino wife. They used to bowl league here, and she wanted to go back and help the family out. And, I introduced him via Facebook to Pa Yang, who he's met a couple of times now at tournaments and events. Jim and Dana used to bowl a senior league together on Monday. Real nice guy. Thanks, Jim. Stay out of typhoon weather over there, mate. Had a couple go through there recently too, I think. .172 for Calvin Hugger, tournament leader. So everyone lost some pins on this game here in front of us. Pat Brown asked the question, is there a pattern laying graph on what they're bowling on? No, there never is, and probably never will be. And if you haven't been listening to me the last couple of years, Mike Miller, former PBA national tournament winner, 3-time winner, 10-time regional winner, 241 average league house shot here a couple of years ago before his knee operations. He concocts these patterns every year. They're quite different to one another. This one's a tough one, obviously. And he concocts them after a late night pizza and a Chinese meal full of MSG. talking about Filipinos, Christian Apollonio lives over in Texas now. Hey Steve, sorry to miss the event. Haven't been bowling much since my son has been born. Hope to get back at it soon. Well, we'd love to see you, Chris. Well, Jones started with a strike, as did the other Jones. Both of them need to keep on striking a lot. And you look at Trey Ford here, he's had a very rough tournament for him. Although he's been fairly consistent since his second game. He's had 190, 176, 180, 192. He was minus 132 before that last game. I think it might have been a small 200 on 3 and 4. Wasn't paying much attention there, but he's more than capable of putting a big score together. Recent winner in a big doubles tournament that Trey Sledge put on over in Eastridge Lanes, Amarillo. Old house, well looked after, and the owner there puts a lot of tournaments on and keeps the place neat and clean. Ford went fairly deep in the match play last year in the brackets. Look at this. Varapapa 300 coming up. 9 straight strikes for. Interesting. No chance of missing the cut for Calvin. Really no chance, but could put him in a low seed position, which means he'll play a named player in the first round. That's not a good idea when you're making your first cut in the New Mexico Open. Pete Sheridan coming up now. Pete had a wonderful time commentating here with you. Matt Jones, Phoenix. Would like to have had a double to kick in there.
Yeah, Pete was great. Appreciate you having him hang out. A little bit outside there for Randy. Randy said, oh, I'm sorry, to his son watching. And that's how he was watching from, son's watching from Texas.
Look at Ford's game, real nice. But,
yeah, absolutely.
Two-handed urethane, bit of a difficult ask on this pattern.
Yeah, I'm just shocked, but it happens every now and then.
Hung out to dry there, Kevin Jones. He's not looking very confident at all.
Dale Coffey, that's the story right now. He might bowl his way into the top 32. 279 in game 7. Uh-oh. Oh, Dale. Oh. Oh. Oh.
And the break of the day at this late stage of action. going to finish earlier tonight than just about any year. We started a few minutes early in the squad, and it's now just gone 10:35 Mountain Time here in Albuquerque, Rio Rancho.
.280 left out there now for Dale.
Calvin making life difficult for himself.
Dale's at 1265 for 7 games. Again at minus 135 at the moment. .259 gets him to minus 76. So 260 would get him 1 pin ahead of Kyle King and Tyler Masterson to not be a part of a potential 3-way tie. A nice spare. Nice job, Randy. Not allowing that first ball to get you down. That was a great rebound.
Here on 13 or 14, a spare at a strike to start the game. And a nervous spare for Jones. Jones really looks out of sorts here. He's got to get going now. Trey Ford, let's see what he's got. Still waiting for the scores from game 7. He was 132 under. I'm not sure what he had, and he's had a spare double here. Fast 8 for the squad leader, Calvin Hagar, under the card.
Trey Ford still with a chance, looks like. We know that Dale definitely has a chance.
That was a well thrown shot. Dale started his bowling industry career here as a lane attendant when he's shown to high school. Pretty good lane attendant too, just quietly. Forward a turkey.
That's got to peel.
Got to be a chance. Oh, bad luck. Drops him down to a potential of what, 80 to 250, 250 even, I think.
He's still got 270 up there. 60, 90, 20, 58, 10, 40, 70. Yep.
260.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
Is it?
Yeah, you're right.
You doubt me.
I forgot to add the.
You doubt
just
me.
go ahead and add the spare in. Yeah, you're right. I shouldn't have done it.
No worries.
Dale's not giving any more coffee yet. He got me hyped.
That was actually a pretty good shot for a 10-pin.
Yeah, it was the caffeine spike I needed.
Yeah. Jones. Kevin Jones, that is. Another bucket. He's left at least half a dozen partial buckets in the last game and 4 frames.
Kyle King is still here, by the way. Just letting you know, he's here. Uh-oh.
Here we go.
Here we go.
Uzanian, 219, the new squad leader, 14-17. Juan Garza, 13-81 in second. Hagar and Perry both at 13-70. Huge drop then, 49 pins the difference to Brian Chambers of Ruidoso, New Mexico, 13-21. 103 under is Brian Hare. Sean Traskowski, 115 under. Kevin Jones, 121. Robin Priolu, 129. And Morgan Moore, 130 under. Dale Coffey jumped up to 11th place in this squad. And that 279 got him from 27th to 11th in one game. Reminds me of a line in the movie Angels in the Outfield. It could happen.
Yeah, that's right. Anything
It
can
could
happen.
happen. Let's see. Coffee 11th at 165 under. Matt Jones 139 under. Matt Jones no opens but no doubles either. And all right, Dale Coffey, here's your chance for giving that Rosenberg a good old working over down there. He's got tape all over his wrist, his thumb, his index finger. Looks like he's going into a boxing match. Dale Coffey. Right in front of us, 279. Easily the high game in this squad through 7 games. And another week 10. A lot of angle there. Look at 41st place now, according to Jeff Hemer, minus 76 at the cut, and minus 103 is 41st place. We're paying down to 41. We had 166 entries. We pay 1 and 4 here.
So now it's minus 76, but both players are in. So that's important to remember. As of this game, at this moment right now, the top 32 minus 76, so it's really, it'd be 31st. It'd be a tie for 31st because both players are in, according to Jeff Hemer at the moment.
And Dale Coffey still has.
Uh-oh.
Oh goodness. Well, that's about the end of that.
Yeah, he can't get there now. In fact, he needed to shoot 260 to move in front of Masterson as well as Kyle King. at minus 76.
Well, I remember King's criminal 7-pin after a couple of strikes. So he probably deserves to be in the minus 60s or high 50s. That was really painful to watch. We saw it happen on lane 5.
Yeah, Trey, Mac Trey, he's still alive technically.
Yeah.
He's at minus 150.
And can go up the sheet for 290. Wouldn't that be a comeback? Ooh.
He is still alive. In fact, his number now is...
He'd get to minus 60 with that.
Do.
Trey taking his time on this shot. He's right in front of us here, lane 6. Decent. Could have been. Boy, lane 9's been mean-spirited since I've been commentating here. Lots of actually an 8 count for him. Just scored a pin.
And now 40, 70, 20, 230, 260, 269 won't be enough. For a trade, that would only get him to minus 81. Less.
Jones.
Yeah, Matt Jones.
That misscored his frame there.
Nice job there, Mr. Pete Sheridan. Here's Randy. Looks like all of our intrigue is coming to an end here unless Brian Schamber can somehow figure it out. There would be a one-game roll-off. There was a tie for the final. That would happen in the morning. But what Jeff said in the last update was that both players at minus 76 are currently in, which means there's really a tie for 31st as of this moment. So it could be up to someone like Brian Schamber. Schamber at minus 79. Brian Harris at minus 103.
Schamber is over there on lane 3 and 4. And none of them are doing anything over there. That's looking very low scoring for the 4 of them on that pair.
Schamber just needs to get to 204. That would move him to minus 75. Question is, does he, which letter is he, and does he have enough frames?
Yeah, still looking for his first double, I think, over there. Looks like it's a clean game, but looks like he's going Dutch on 13 and 14. 200 won't be enough to get him in the money at the moment. Might miss by 10. He needs a double somewhere quickly. Quality shot for Hagar. 92, however, in the 6th frame.
He needed that. You don't want to get to the last game as well as he's bowled throughout the day, throughout this squad. That was his first strike. He's got a
got it now.
Yeah, he's got a 46-pin cushion. Speaking of Calvin, that's not a lot when you got your first strike in frame 7 and 2 opens.
Low count spares too. Yeah. What's your lowest all spare game?
What's the who?
Your lowest score for an all spare game.
Oh, that's a good question.
Mine's 182.
I want to guess 180s, but maybe high 170s. The old 5-6 counts don't help.
Yeah.
Dale talked about what he was probably going to do or how things might work out. We watched the first couple of squads here on Friday, talking about your thing to stretch the pattern a little bit, move in. Definitely moved in, and he had success. 279 in game 7.
Here comes Chamber on 3 and 4, not waiting very long either. Struck there.
He can only get to 181.
Yeah, 62 in the 5th. He's got a double.
He's not going to get there. Speaking of Chamber.
He can shoot two. Oh, no, he can't. That's right. 91. Looking at the wrong bowler. 91 on the 7th. Goodness.
It's one of those, I think he knows it. But 8-1-7-2. He's got 3 mismakeables, unfortunately. Great shot, Randy. Let's finish it out strong. We better watch out for Juan Garza tomorrow. He's gonna finish at that minus 38.
Chamber got a double down there.
So that's gonna help him stay in the number on the cut, though. Well, I'm sorry, in the cash number. Actually, I don't know if he can do that.
Off the sheet to finish at 102 under.
Yeah, he might miss the cash number, Chamber.
Calvin, potential open again on lane 5.
I appreciate Dale for he gave us a run, a quick ride. Seems he was going to make something happen out of this thing.
Someone here telling us they had a 173 all spare game. Wow. 173. That's a bunch of bucket fives and rails and fences and other things. Probably 1 9 count in there, maybe.
Give our guy's name right here is in the hat. Can't find his scorecard.
Nice finish. Shoot 210 out of nowhere.
That's Noah Berger.
One of our last folks to enter a few days ago. And Berger, his first 200 of the night. 212.
Nice job, Noah.
Good finish.
Trying to read his t-shirts. It says a Scrabble Players Championship on it.
A wordsmith.
That's scary right there.
Yeah.
You play somebody with a very good and extensive vocabulary, they're gonna hit you with that triple word, that triple point.
Yeah. And one of the 5 words in the dictionary with an X in it.
Randy finishes with 189. Good finish for Randy as well. So Brian wasn't going to get there. Brian Chamber, that is. Brian Hare.
Still no doubles.
Yep.
I think. Might have 1 double.
I don't think so. He can only get to 186. He got a chance. Sean Wyatt Truskowski. He think he's down, way down on the high end.
Chamber, Turkey. $98 under if Chamba gets the next 2. Might get him in the money, and the low in the money is $500 here. A worthwhile double if he can get it. He needs the first one here.
Yeah, that's worth it.
And he got it out and got it back. Okay, Brian, this is where count counts.
Guillermo will finish it out, 139.
Frustrating game here for Jones. Clean through 10 frames. He's got to get a turkey for 201. Spare for 191. No double there. Here's Shambo on the fill. Do not throw it out the window. Oh, good effort, good effort. Good effort. Finished with a 5-bagger. 71 on the 6th. Spare in the 7th and off the sheet. Wow. That'll probably get him in the money. Well, if you did miss the cut, anyone finishing 33rd down to last place in the tournament, you're eligible for the Consolation tournament tomorrow. First squad's at 10 o'clock. Second squad at 12. We may run another one at 2. It'll be a 3-game set, and we always guarantee at least a total of $1,000 payout. We never get all that many entries in it, so we usually add money to it to meet the guarantee. And that is tomorrow, 32nd place on down, and it is on the tournament condition. Well, there's another new record set. The high end's finished first.
No, there's still one person bowling.
Oh, there is?
Aiden.
Yes. Aiden Ruiz Jimenez, one of our youth bowlers.
I think he is the last person, though.
I tell you what, that guy actually got a 1 count. He actually took the 6-pin out of a full set on lane 8. Remember, I came down and looked at it. I thought he was bowling. I thought the ball had jumped out of the gutter or something. He actually got a 1 count on lane 8.
On this game?
Yeah, no.
Or a different game?
A couple of hours ago.
Oh, you're right. Yeah, no.
He bowled it. The nine pins are on the deck, so I guess it didn't jump out of the gutter.
No, I don't. Yeah, I definitely don't recall
He got
that.
1.
But yeah, we had Randy just got 1. He got the 7-pin off.
Well, the 7-pin, 10-pin, that's fine, but getting the 6-pin out of a full rack. Did that actually? What the heck happened there?
I'm gonna have to check that out.
Emil, where's the replay here? That would have to be a record. I mean, that would be unbelievable. Tough pair, 3 and 4, 143, 142, 181 with a 5-bagger, a 177 for David Burnett. So that was not a good pair for anyone there. 196 for Trey Ford. He had a 4-bagger and a double in there. That could have been anything. After a couple of splits and an open frame in the middle. 191, a clean game for Jones.
This is this fill shot here is really important for Calvin Hugger here. If he strikes, he's at -72.
Wow.
If he gets 6, he's going to be tied at -76. If he gets 5, he might be out.
Ooh, 8.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
That's -74.
74. Wow. He's going to get on his knees in a few minutes to start praying. Well, that's the end of the qualifying rounds. We'll have the scores for you shortly.
Yeah, we will be on the air until. Thank you, Steve.
Have a good night, sir. I'll see you in the morning. Do the big push.
I just said that screaming 17.
Again, top 32 scores will be announced shortly. Boy, Calvin Hugger, and it came down to a fill shot. He had 1 strike, folks. 1 strike. Art finishes at +47. Nice bowling.
It's just while it's in your hand. It needs to be out of paper. Topography by Matthew.
You. Art is wild. So this cash number is going to be super important too. There's a couple players that like Jacob Gill's at minus 96 or minus 98. Trying to sneak in and get some money. Barbie, tomorrow is double elimination.
See you in the morning, brother.
And now? All right.
Yeah, see you.
Yep.
Aaron Yamamoto. All right, so the top 32 number was minus 76. And that was the number for about 3 games. The only thing that changed within that 3-game stretch was how many of those players at minus 76 were actually in the number. Meaning, the first couple times there was a tie for the last spot, and then the 1-game roll-off would have taken place. And then after that, we got to whatever game it was, and then the number was the same, but then both players at minus 76 were in. So effectively, it was a tie for 31st, which means obviously somebody had dropped out. So that's where we believe we stand at the moment. Well, that was nice of you, Michael. You know, I'm going to save that. That is going to go towards a new camera because that's on my to-do list. Appreciate that. I had a question for you, too. You had a cool-looking gimbal that I was going to inquire about. Always looking for the latest and greatest stuff, especially stuff that I can do mobile. Trying to do more mobile stuff in the future, content stuff. Anyway, I appreciate that, man. Very, very nice of you. Just another Saturday of live streaming bowling. It's okay. Long day. I had 0 coffee today, which things I didn't even used to pay attention to. How much coffee did you drink today? I had plans to have some before the this final squad, and I said no. I'll just get an iced tea instead. And that's going to change in the morning, though. I will need it in the AM. Appreciate DJ. Let me screenshot that, right? Does that look pretty darn cool? So, Aaron, yeah, again, both players, and by the way, it's Tyler Masterson and Kyle King, who ended up being tied at minus 76 as we got later into the block. They would have been in a roll-off situation. Then about the last game or two, they both were in the top 32. Dale Coffey had a chance late. Trey Ford still had a chance, but he needed them all. So did Matt. Brian Chamber, he had the best chance. He needed to shoot 205. And through the last 5 for 181. Brian Harris still had a chance, but unable to double. I didn't see what Sean Truskowski was doing on the high end. Kevin Jones could never really get anything going down here. Morgan Moore was still in it for a game or so as well. Very interesting. And then, of course, Calvin Hugger almost fell out of the top 32 theoretically. We're all anxiously awaiting the announcement of one Jeff Hemer. as lane maintenance begins to take shape here. Well, the bar is about to stay open.
Noah Berger, scorecard.
Uh-oh, Noah Berger. We need Noah Berger's scorecard. I saw Noah too. Well, he bowled. He shot 212 as a matter of fact, so he would definitely want to turn in a scorecard. Jeff's about to make that announcement, and then Noah probably was like, I'm out. Oh, there's Noah right there. Noah.
Did I not fill it out? Or did I didn't return it. Yeah, all right. It must be out there. Thank you.
You're welcome. The Scrabble King, Noah Berger.
Noah Berger. More specifically, Noah Berger's scorecard. Thanks, Noah Berger.
There are some consolation opportunities, as Steve mentioned. So if you don't make for those who don't make the top 32, still an opportunity to make some money. Consolation sweepers. Any other questions in the chat? Oh, I got a question. One more question, Michael. How do you pronounce your last name? That was a question I had. Is it Arse or Arce? I thought it might have been Arse. I do know an Arse at home. It's getting eerily quiet in the building. Some have left, of course. Some have obviously made their way to what some would argue is the absolute best place to be right now, which is where, folks? We all know it. Where else would you go after a long stretch of bowling? Especially if you did not advance. All right, Jeff, he's doing the triple check, making sure everything is proper. Noah Berger has turned in his scorecard. That's right, Grotty. Mike, that's also true, to be fair. that actually is a fair answer. Mary, no, we didn't even discuss that. At the time, they told me what their bet was between them, and based on how it ended for them, I wouldn't even I just hope they're doing all right. Didn't see that one coming, though. They got real tricky late. Squad 2 at the end was kind of weird. Squad 5 was kind of similar to me. There just wasn't anything out there. You had to create some stuff. Like Dale Coffey, for example. Yeah, I mean, there just wasn't a 279 look, but somehow he got to it. I mean, it wasn't even 240 look for most of the evening. Oh, there's a 251 someone just said. But no one knows who it's from, apparently. Who shot 251? That could change a lot of things. I think what's most... Well, I'll tell you in a minute. Uh-oh, Mason shot 277. Wait a minute. Come on, Mary. How you going to hold out that kind of information? If Mason shot 277, he's in. Oh, Morgan. Morgan shot 51. Okay. Oh, gosh. If Morgan shot 251, he's going to, well, he might miss it by 3 pins.
76. Both bowlers are in at that tie at 76.
Wow. It is minus 76, folks. And that would be Morgan. Morgan finished at minus 79. The toughest thing about that is, you know, he could find a gazillion pins. Oh, man. That's tough.
That is your deal. The only place online these are going to be are at the Tenpins More Facebook page. I am still locked out of the website. Believe me, I'm thrilled.
The good news is he did cash.
Congratulations if you made it. That was the grind of the year, wasn't it? If you didn't make it, consolation events begin right around 10 a.m. or so. You can check in the morning for those. Go celebrate or commiserate if that's your thing. If not,
Celebrate or commiserate. No roll-off, Aaron. Both players are in at minus 76. That was the trend again towards the end. The last two games, minus 76 was still the number, but both players were in. Again, 2 games prior to that, minus 76 was the number, but only one of them technically was in because it was a tie. I mean, it went from being a 1-game roll-off for 2 games, basically, and then to the final 2, now 3 games. Both players are in. I don't know which player actually ended up falling out. So no roll-off in the morning. Kyle King is in. Tyler Masterson is in, and he watched all 8 games of it. Tyler was here the whole time. I didn't hear the, let me get that cash number again. Minus 98 is the cash number. Minus 98 cash. Minus 76 top 32. Ooh. Boy, that was a serious grind. Congratulations to all 32 players who have advanced. In fact, let me do one more thing before I go off the air. I'll tell you all 32 players because I'm that kind of guy.
I can tell you how miserable I was. He wants to be on the live stream tomorrow.
That'll work.
I'll tell him how not to play the lands. Oh, dude, they were so.
You wear that hat.
They were so
I tell you all the time.
fucking hard.
You know, how I
suicide. Going 230, 190, 230. You know, I'll take that.
They were just bad. They were just better. Yeah.
So for
Yeah,
me,
for sure.
like I didn't have to like force your thing.
A couple of these middle cars are bad.
It just automatically started up and laid off. Whereas down here, I had to like force it through. Yes.
You're our only hope in the car, homie. We're relying on you now. Not that you're going to have a good draw no matter who you draw at this point, but...
Oh, exactly. It should have been way less stressful. I almost missed it.
I can tell you what, you should give the PVA this pattern.
All right, folks. So here it is, and then I'll head to sleep after this. So the top 32. Excuse me. J.D. Nance, of course, plus 248. Chris Clerk, plus 145. That's second. Hunter Mays, third, at plus 122. Brett Wolf, fourth, at plus 118. Andrew Kane, fifth, at plus 113. Dron Booker was sixth at plus 87. Francois Lavoie, your defending champion, seventh at plus 72. Tim Eichhorn, eighth at plus 71. Brandon Knowles, ninth at plus 68. David Tolson, nice job, David, again, 10th at plus 53. Art Uzunian, he led this squad tonight, plus 47. DJ Neifel, 13th at plus 40. Kevin Jenkins, 14th at plus 39. Yep, Dwight Burns, 15th, super senior at plus 30. Nathan Trujillo, 16th at plus 9. David Haynes, 17th at plus 3. Mason Edmondson, 18th at plus 1. Eileen Linares makes back-to-back match play appearances at the New Mexico Open. She is 19th at minus 7. Brian Skidmore, 20th at minus 9. Mason Robinson, 21st at minus 30. Juan Garza, 22nd. Another senior, nice job. Juan led the squad for a little bit tonight. Minus 38. Steve Klemkin. How about that grind for Steve? It paid off. He's in at minus 55. Noah Gallegos got cooking a little bit earlier today. He's 24th at minus. He's also at minus 60. We'll see you in the morning. Jason Silva. I'm sorry, Ben Perry. Beg your pardon. Ben Perry minus 60. That's who Noah is tied with. And Ben, boy, he was leading the way. Then all of a sudden, he got it into some trouble. But he's in. That's all that matters. Jason Silva, minus 64. Brad Harvey, 27th, minus 69. Dennis Brown. Nice job, Dennis. Minus 72 and 28th. Mentioned Tyler Masterson. Oh, I guess that was not. Oh, okay. Tyler Masterson was, all right. Thought he was in at minus 76. Either way. All right, so Tyler here is minus 73. I swear he was minus 76. Calvin Hugger, who I was telling you about, I knew the number was still 76, though. I thought it was Masterson he was tied with. It was actually Robert Marion. All right, so Robert Marion was tied with Kyle King and not Tyler Masterson. My bad, Tyler. He was still waiting around, though, because it wasn't sure. So Masterson at minus 73. Hugger at minus 74. Again, his fill shot made all the difference. And then the tie, Robert Marion, Kyle King at minus 76. And then Ed Smaglick and Morgan Moore tie at minus 79. Morgan went 206, 251 the last two games. Whew. That's crazy. And, of course, minus 98 gets you a check. A couple players were tied at that number, too. Jacob Gill and Brian Chamber. How about Chamber getting the last five to get into the check, as Steve Mackey was talking about? He did exactly that. That's crazy. He did exactly that. Speaking of Brian, he just gave me some dap. And on that note, folks, I am going to depart. I'm going to get myself together. Got to get up early. Got to make sure I'm going to check with Jeff and take a look at where we're putting people, what matches we'll have, how many we can get. And then we'll whittle our way down to 4 finalists tomorrow and figure out who's going to win $13,500. Ed Smagler, that's a great question. I don't know that answer. Let's find out. Okay, so Ed Smacklick, it's a really good question. The answer is no, but it could be yes. Here's the reason that it's no, since you and Mason tied, technically, so the tie break would then go to the player with the highest scratch game in that block, or within your 8-game block, which would go to Morgan. So Morgan technically would be the alternate, and of course, but if he doesn't know that information, then et cetera and so forth. So I would say, I don't want to tell you to just wake up super early, Ed, and be here, but you never know. Never know who's not going to show up. Might need 2 alternates. I just left a tournament earlier in the week where an alternate was, of course, there's always an alternate in professional bowling match play, and that alternate went into bowl and went on to make the show. I saw it with my own eyes. So you never know. Maybe just show up. Don't drink too much tonight. Show up. Okay, that's really it for me. Good question, though, Ed. I'll see you all in the morning, 8 a.m. Mountain Time. Again, 8 a.m. Mountain Time is the start, 9 a.m. Central, 10 a.m. Eastern. And then for those of you who really want to wake up, 7 a.m. Pacific Time, we will be live with the top 32 for match play. Again, thanks, John, Ayati, Ed, Mary. Mary, again, same situation. You're still on, so Morgan is the technical alternate at the moment due to the tie break scenario in his favor. So keep that in mind. Relay that message. Okay, I'll see you tomorrow. Thanks to Steve Mackey. Shout out to Dron Booker for joining me for the first half of that block. Really appreciate Dron. Great bowling to all of those who advance, and certainly those who earned a prize check and those who will bowl Consolation tomorrow and still earn a little bit of dough. Until tomorrow morning, you guys be safe, be well. This has been a presentation. Top 32 on to tomorrow. Final squad here at the 2024 New Mexico Open. That's right, 7 a.m. in Arizona time, because they don't do that whole daylight thing. All right, we'll see you in the morning. My name is Emil Williams Jr. Big thanks to Jeff Hemer, Steve Mackey, Dana Miller-Mackey, and Mike Miller. For all involved here at Tenpins and More, we say so long for now. Final squad over with, top 32 tomorrow. Be safe. Again, be well. Good night.